he admitted to Israel's role in, the role of Israeli defense platforms in the Operation Sindoor. In fact, he said that the cooperation and the platforms, Israeli platforms with India predates the Operation Sindoor, but they were very effective. They are battle-tested, battle-hardened platforms, and they proved their mettle and they proved their worth in the Operation Sindoor that India had to launch in response to Pakistan's attack in Pahalgam, terror attack in Pahalgam. So I think that was the second key takeaway from the conversation that we had for about 45 minutes with him as part of a delegation here. We asked some sharp questions on Gaza. I personally asked him about what he means when he says that he's going to intensify the Gaza war, given the kind of isolation Israel is facing, the kind of pressure Israel is facing from the West, given the humanitarian crisis in Gaza Strip. And he said that, okay, fine, much of the humanitarian crisis that you are seeing is because of Hamas, and it's their cooking up that has led to this situation. He said that, yes, we would face some headwinds, but then we are going to intensify our military operations further after having completely decimated, according to him, the nuclear threat from Iran. Now they are completely focused on finishing off Hamas, whatever time it takes. He in fact said that this thing can end tomorrow if Hamas completely demilitarizes itself and hands over the administration of Gaza Strip to somebody which is non-Hamas, non-Palestine authority, which if they don't do it, Israel would do it after completely finishing off Hamas. So the intensification of the Gaza operations, for which, in fact, he has called a cabinet meeting later in the day to thrash out details of how it's going to go in. He said that this is going to be a short, quick operation, and we are going to, and that he, according to him, we are going to make sure that Hamas is completely finished inside.
Absolutely. Israel has stood with India. And another statement, in fact, important point to mention here is that there's a basic understanding in Washington, D.C. that India is a solid partner. And this is also important if you look at the statement that India remains a solid partner as far as India and U.S. are concerned. So do you think there could be some sort of a resolution going forward with the intervention of other countries as well? All right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague there. But now Israel has weighed in amid the India-US tariff war. In fact, there's a statement that has been issued and it, in fact, goes on to say there's a basic understanding in Washington, D.C. that India is a solid partner. India stands out. India and US are two terrific friends with so much common ground. They should be able to find a solution. And this is, in fact, what Israel has stated. Netanyahu has weighed in amid the India-US tariff war that has been going on. For context, US has imposed 50% tariff on India, 25% for, in fact, purchasing oil from Russia is what we know. But now a statement that has come in from Israel, they have stated that India and US should be able to find a solution, and also going on to say that there's a basic understanding as far as India and US is concerned that India is a solid partner. So it remains to be seen whether with the intervention of the common friends of United States and India, that is Israel, there could be some sort of resolution and some sort of solution as far as the tariff war is concerned. All right, this is in fact the statement that has come in from Israel at a time when the tariff war is going on. United States has imposed the tariff, 50% tariff on India, and this tariff war between the two countries has escalated. And India has also given point-by-point reply to US President Donald Trump as far as the tariff war is concerned. India has maintained a very calm tone and tenor on this entire issue. Let me go across to my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's reporting live from there. A statement that has come in from Israel, it goes on to mention that there's a basic understanding in United States that India is a solid partner, in fact saying that both the countries should be able to find a solution. So going forward, as I was asking you, with the intervention of a common friend, could there be any sort of resolution between the two countries going forward?
Well, I can tell you, he did hint that maybe he can have a private conversation both with Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, but he said that he would rather keep it off the conversation. But he did mention that with the kind of common ground that exists between India and the United States and the terrific partnership, he used the word terrific partnership that exists between the two, and the kind of role India plays in Asia, the kind of bonhomie that exists between the two sides, I think the two sides should be able to sort it out. So, without ruling out the possibility of his role in getting the two sides quietly together, he mentioned that otherwise also so much exists between India and the United States, which should make them come together on the table and solve the issue. So I think the world is taking note of this situation that we are seeing, and that everyone is concerned. And when he said that maybe I can help, but not I can help, but he said that if there is a role, we would rather keep it private. The world sees the developments on the India-United States front with some concern, and whosoever can help would help. It's not that he has been asked to mediate from both the sides, but then as a well-wisher and a friend of both India and the United States, Prime Minister Netanyahu told us that he's going to be hoping that both sides are able to sort it out among themselves.
Absolutely. In fact, this is a statement coming in from Israel. They're weighed in on the US-India tariff war that is going on currently. 50% that has been imposed by United States. But Abhishek Kapoor, on one hand, we are seeing that there are several leaders. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, in fact, has weighed in on this as well and accused India of funding Putin's vicious war machine, similar to what Donald Trump has also stated. And on the other hand, a friend of both India and United States has come in and waded in on this. So there's a clear division if we talk about globally as far as the global leaders are concerned on this.
Well, you see, he was asked a specific question about how he sees the development on tariffs, to which he responded, again, as I said, as a friend of both sides. The Prime Minister Netanyahu has a great intuition with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, during our 45 minutes of conversation, he mentioned at least 4 or 5 times the amount of work that Prime Minister Modi has done to make India-Israel relationship even stronger. And then, of course, we know he's a very good friend with President Trump. He has, in fact, recommended President Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the Abraham Accords. So I think with that benefit of knowing both the sides, being friends with both the sides, he wished that, and the kind of common ground that exists between India and the United States, that both the sides would be able to tide over the period of turbulence that has hit the relationship because of the tariff war that's being single-handedly being carried out by President Trump. I think it's a very significant development, and it really gives an idea of the kind of concern that has got generated in the world community, because everyone sees India as a balancer, India as a pivot, India as a key player in terms of balancing on the side of the West, a multipolar world which otherwise would become lopsided in favor of China. So I think in that sense, Prime Minister Netanyahu's comment gain that much more salience and significance for the rest of the world to really follow, given the kind of a very almost vendetta-driven position that President Trump has really taken against India in the last 48 hours.
Absolutely, and United States has escalated this tariff war. India has called is completely unfortunate. Now, going forward, is there a possibility of any sort of resolution between the two nations, given how this has panned out in the last 2 weeks?
Sorry, I lost your question, Akansha. There, can you come again? Question?
All right, so as the United States has escalated this tariff war, I was asking you, as India has mentioned that this is completely unfortunate that such a tariff has been imposed on India. Going forward, is there a possibility of any sort of resolution? Because we have seen similar things pan out with China as well as Brazil. So in case of India, is there a possibility of any resolution in the coming weeks?
Well, Akanksha, you see, ultimately, the tariff war between India and the United States is a bilateral issue to handle. It's unlikely that if any world-leading calls President Trump and wants to prevail upon him, is going to change the position. And of course, we have seen that over the last 2 days, India's response has been absolutely firm and clear that while this is unfair and unjust, the kind of tariffs that have been slapped on us, we'll deal with it. In fact, remember, Prime Minister Modi earlier in the day, the statement that he has made while speaking with in a farmers' event, that we are going to strongly defend the farmers' interests is an indication that India is not blinking, and that what is off the table in terms of our bilateral trade agreement, which was being negotiated or is being still negotiated between India and the United States, is going to remain off the table, which includes, of course, the agriculture sector, specifically the genetically modified crops. So I think in that sense, India is going to do what it needs to do, driven by its own interests. And in fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that what we are doing for us, be it our war with Iran, be it our doubling down on our Gaza war, be it the manner in which we took down the Hezbollah, effectively turning the war of the last 2 years into a 7th front war. In fact, he said that if you include the United Nations, it's an 8th front war. And then, in that sense, it's Israel's war to fight, and you have to fight it from a position of strength, and you have to be guided by your own national interest. Similarly, in the case of India, he said that like it happened in the case of Operation Sindoor and post the Pahalgam terror attack, India would be guided by its own interest. But of course, he wished that the kind of friendship that exists between India and the United States, and more than friendship, the word he used was the kind of common ground that exists between India and the United States. Hopefully, the two sides will be able to sit together and find a solution to this ongoing turbulence insofar as tariffs are concerned.
Absolutely, a big statement that has come in from Israel. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Rajasthan, where we are learning that hearing is underway in Delhi High Court on Udaipur files. And this is a big breaking news that we are getting for you. Delhi High Court is hearing the plea against Ministry of Information and Broadcast order clearing certification of Udaipur file movie based on Kanhaiya Lal Taylor murder case. In fact, this is a plea that has been filed by Mohammed Javed, who's accused in the murder case, and the matter has been taken up by the Delhi High Court. And we're learning is that senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said that when there is a competing right, my friend has not shown directly or proximately that the trial will affect the case as well. So for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Aditya, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Aditya, this hearing is currently going on. Firstly, tell us about what this petition is all about and about the hearing as well.
Well, the petition was filed today in the High Court after the government dismissed the petition yesterday. Now, this petition is filed alleging that if the movie is released tomorrow, this will affect the fair trial of the accused in the Kanhaiya Lal murder case. Now, this matter was mentioned today and was brought for urgent hearing today. The argument was first led by AAG Chetan Sharma and now from the producer, it's Gaurav Bhatia. From the side of Javed, the argument is being led by senior advocate Menka Goswami. Now, what Menka argues is that if the movie comes out, it might jeopardize the fair trial right of the accused. Whereas Gaurav Bhatia, with his arguments on the other side, is contending that there has been not a case being presented by the accused before the High Court that if the movie comes out, considering the fact that there is not been a single narration being made that this case is about Javed, and second, there is not one name or anything repetitive in the movie which might allege that this movie is about Javed. So in this case, Javed has argued that if the movie comes out, this might jeopardize
All
his
right.
fair trial. But Gaurav Bhatia
Absolutely, Aditya. Hold on with us. We have another breaking news coming in from one of the Delhi courts. The court has allowed 26/11 Mumbai terror attack alleged mastermind Tariff Rana to talk to his family regarding engaging a private counsel to represent him. We're learning that Tariff Rana has also been granted permission to talk to his family members. In fact, the Delhi's Patiala House Court has delivered a verdict on 26/11 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Tariff Rana's plea to speak to his family. He had also sought permission from the court to have a private counsel as far as this case is concerned, because right now he has been given a legal aid as far as the 26/11 case is concerned. Let me once again go across to my colleague Aditya. Aditya, tell us more about the verdict in this case. We are hearing that Tariff Rana has been allowed to speak to his family.
Well, in this case, the in-camera with no courtroom when the verdict was announced. In this case, the Patiala House Court ordered that Tariff Rana can have a telephonic conversation with his family regarding the counsel. Now, this comes after the Patiala House Court issued notice to both NIA and the jail authorities regarding their response on whether he should be allowed for a telephonic conversation with his family. But today at 4 p.m. pronouncement in the in-camera proceeding, which said no one in the courtroom, no media, no individuals, no one. This is coming exclusively from the Republic. The first order, which is that he being allowed by the Patiala House Court that he can have a phonic conversation with his family regarding the counsel.
Absolutely. So Tariff Rana has been allowed to speak to his family, but there's only one condition that he will have to follow, and that is that he will be monitored. With this, we're taking a very short break. But before we take a short break, listen in to what Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, is saying.
Election of the Vice President of India will be till 21st August, last date of nomination. The polling will be held on 9th September and counting will be held on same day evening. Today there was a NDA Parliamentary Party floor leaders meeting chaired by Rajnath Singh ji. All the senior leaders, including the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji, Leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda ji, and all the floor leaders of NDA party attended the meeting. In the meeting, it was unanimously decided that the NDA party has given authorization to start the process, including the selection of candidate to Honorable Prime Minister and Leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda ji. The decision and the course taken by the Honorable Prime Minister will be accepted by all the NDA parties. मैं हिंदी में दोहरा देता हूं। एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी का फ्लोर लीडर्स का बैठक में प्रस्तावना पास किया है कि आने वाले उपराष्ट्रपति का चुनाव के लिए प्रोसेस को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और कैंडिडेट का नाम तय करने के लिए पूरा अधिकार देश के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और साथ में राज्यसभा में सदन के नेता जेपी नड्डा जी को सौंपा है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो भी निर्णय होगा वो सब सर्वसम्मति से एनडीए पार्टी समर्थन करेंगे। ये प्रस्तावना आज पारित किया है। ये मैं सूचना आपको देना था। वो ऑथराइज किया है, अब जैसे निर्णय करेगा फिर उसके बाद 9 तारीख को चुनाव होगा तो हम लोग सब
कब तक सर फैसला कर लेंगे सर?
नहीं, फैसला आज तो अधिकृत रूप से
वही कब तक कर लेंगे? क्या बीजेपी का होगा या क्या कुछ?
वो तो हम तो तय नहीं कर सकते। मैं तो आपको सूचना देने के लिए आया हूँ। नाम को लेकर के चर्चा नहीं, चुनाव का पूरा प्रक्रिया के लिए और हमारा उम्मीदवार कौन होगा, सारा जो निर्णय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और साथ में सदन के नेता राज्यसभा में नड्डा जी को अधिकृत किया है, ऑथोराइज किया है कि जैसे वो निर्णय करेंगे पूरा एनडीए सर्वसम्मति से उसको सहमति देंगे और पालन करेंगे।
Sir, one quick question, because opposition is speaking about SIR debate and you have categorically said no to such a debate. Rahul Gandhi, has also spoken at record and said that we have proof that there was some bungling in the voters list and they are giving proof from one constituency of Bengal. So what do you have to say on that? Because every opposition political party is gaining strength from that perspective. So how will you counter that?
First of all, special intensive review of the electoral roll had happened numerous times. You know the dates, time, year. It has been carried out throughout since independence. Secondly, in Maharashtra, same electoral roll, when Congress party and its ally won majority of the seats in Lok Sabha, they were praising, they were happy, and then when they lost badly in Vidhan Sabha, then it has become problem for them. In a similar way, whether it's Karnataka or anywhere, the claims made by Sri Rahul Gandhi and his team are completely bogus. They are targeting the Election Commission of India only to tarnish the image of the Election Commission of India. Yesterday they targeted Supreme Court of India. The Congress party leadership said that Supreme Court cannot decide who should be the genuine Indian, how an Indian should speak. If Supreme Court cannot regulate the behavior of the citizens, then who can regulate? So yesterday they launched an attack on the judiciary. Today they again launched an attack on Election Commission of India. Every time, whenever it doesn't suit them, they start attacking the same institution. So my request is, let the parliament function. Don't divert the attention of the House. I have given my point in a statement made in the floor of Lok Sabha that anything which is sub judice, any matter which is beyond the control of the government of India, the people who are sitting in high constitutional office which are not under the control of the government of India, matter related to them cannot be discussed on the House because they cannot come and defend themselves, and government cannot defend on behalf of them because they are not carrying forward those exercises on the advice of the government. It is the independent exercise initiated by the Election Commission of India. So government cannot speak on behalf of the independent constitutional authorities. So the discussion cannot happen on the floor of the House. We are very clear about it because we don't want to undermine any of the constitutional authorities. अच्छा ठीक, मैं फिर से आपको कह देता हूँ, आज श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी ने फिर से इलेक्शन कमीशन को प्रहार किया है और एक एनजीओ ने बनाया हुआ कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन को फिर से दोहराया है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably...
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई
This is Republic, Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with us this Thursday evening. I'm Oyana Mitra with you. Our top focus this hour remains on the high-level meetings that are currently underway in Moscow and are being attended by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. And of course, this comes at a time when the US has decided to ramp up the trade war against India. So we'll get you that and a lot more. But first, the headlines at 5 p.m. Reports suggest Russian President Vladimir Putin to visit India soon, dates yet to be announced. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holds talks with Russian Security Council Secretary in Moscow as Trump imposes additional tariffs on India.
और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message over Trump's tariff, says he's ready to pay a personal price. Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. India officially pauses procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-8I maritime patrol aircrafts as of August 2025. NDA passes a resolution, says JP Nadda, and Prime Minister Modi is set to decide on the VP face.
कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी।
And it's UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's big allegation on Congress. He says the party allegedly was involved in orchestrating mass killings in Sambhal. All right, viewers, this is the biggest story of the day and we're tracking this very, very closely. There are high-level meetings that are currently underway in Moscow as we speak. And in the latest, it's Security Council Secretary Shoigu who has met India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in the capital city of Moscow. And he has said that strengthening the strategic partnership with India is of utmost importance to Russia. He's also gone on to say that Russia is committed to the idea of further strengthening the cooperation with India to achieve a more than just a world order and the supremacy of international law. This is a very important statement that is coming in from Moscow, and this reaffirms nothing but the strengthening of India-Russia ties, even as Trump continues to bully India and downplay the India-Russia partnership. Let's listen into that very important statement by the NSA.
Very rightly mentioned, Excellency, that we have got a very special relationship, a long relationship, and we highly value our strategic partnership. We have had high-level engagements, and these high-level engagements have contributed very substantially. We are very excited and delighted to learn about the visit of His Excellency the President of Russia, President Putin, to India. I think that the dates are almost finalized now.
भी कुछ देर पहले मीडिया में भी देखा है, चुनाव आयोग ने भी कुछ जवाब दिया है। उस विषय में भी मैं अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में लाऊंगा क्योंकि वो अभी पब्लिक डोमेन में है। मगर तकनीकी विषयों को अलग रखते हुए एक वृहद विषय को लेते हुए, राजनीतिक विषय को लेते हुए मैं इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को संबोधित करता हूं। पहली बात है कि राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आज तक उन राज्यों में कोई भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं किया जिन राज्यों में उनको जीत मिली है। ये जो मीठा मीठा गपगप और कड़वा कड़वा थू थू, यह जो सिलेक्टिविटी है कि हम सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच दिखाएंगे, यह भी भारत की जनता देख रही है। आप हिमाचल में जीतते हैं तो उस समय तो नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया, उस समय तो आप नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहीं ना कहीं फर्जीवाड़ा किया, उस समय आप फर्जीवाड़ा आपको नजर नहीं आता है या आप बधाई भी नहीं देते हैं, उस समय आप न्यूट्रल हो जाते हैं। आप तेलंगाना में जीतते हैं, आपका मुख्यमंत्री बनता है तेलंगाना में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हार जाती है, उस समय का कोई भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप दिखा दीजिए कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा हो कि तेलंगाना में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने फर्जीवाड़ा किया है। उस समय किसी के ऊपर कोई प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह नहीं उठाते हैं। जब आपको 99 सीट मिलती है लोकसभा के चुनाव में, तो आप पूरे देश में सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और कहते हैं देखो हमारी जीत हो गई। कैसे? यदि देश का लोकतंत्र हार गया, यदि देश का चुनाव आयोग ही कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है आपके कहने के मुताबिक, तो आप सेलिब्रेट किस बात का कर रहे हो कि हम जीत गए हैं, हमें अधिक सीटें मिली है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी में देखने को मिलता है। दूसरी बात है, राहुल गांधी का फ्रस्ट्रेशन की ये चरम सीमा है और मैं बहुत सोच समझ कर बोल रहा हूं। आज जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग किया गया है, मैं तकनीकी विषय पे तो आऊंगा, मगर आज पहली आपत्ति मैं दर्ज करता हूं कि चुनाव में हार जीत ये लगी रहेगी। सबसे बड़े समय के लिए यदि विपक्ष में किसी पार्टी ने समय बिताया है तो मेरा मानना है जनसंघ भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। हमारी पार्टी ने सबसे बड़े कालखंड के लिए विपक्ष के रूप में जिम्मेदारी संभाली, मगर कभी भी कोई भी ऐसा वाकया नहीं हुआ। कई बार हमने भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, मगर कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि इलेक्शन कमीशन के, चुनाव आयोग के अधिकारियों को धमकाने का काम हमारे किसी नेता ने किया हो। आज के शब्द क्या थे राहुल गांधी जी के? राहुल गांधी जी के शब्द थे, यदि मेरे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऊपर जवाब नहीं आया तो देयर विल बी सीरियस कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, बहुत घातक परिणाम होंगे। सीरियस कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस को अगर हम ट्रांसलेट करते हैं तो हिंदी में अनुवाद बनता है घातक परिणाम होंगे। क्या घातक परिणाम होंगे? उन्होंने यह भी जस्टिफाई किया कि एक दिन ऐसा आ सकता है कि जब हम ऑपोजिशन वाले, अभी भी उनके मुंह में खुद ही कांग्रेस पार्टी के सर्वोच्च नेता के मुख से यह नहीं निकल रहा है कि एक दिन ऐसा भी आ सकता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार बना सकती है। ही लैक्स कॉन्फिडेंस टू दैट एक्सटेंट। उस हद तक उनके मन के अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस और विश्वास नहीं है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कभी भविष्य में सरकार बना सकती है। वो आज भी कह रहे हैं कि ऐसा समय आ सकता है कि भविष्य में ऑपोजिशन कभी सरकार बना सकती है। तब चुन चुन कर एक एक अधिकारी को, वो कितना भी बड़ा क्यों ना हो, उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। ये किसकी भाषा है? ये एलओपी की भाषा है या एक, मैं तो खराब शब्दों का प्रयोग, अमर्यादित शब्द का प्रयोग करना कदाचित नहीं चाहूंगा, या सड़क चलते किसी ऐसे व्यक्ति की जो रोड रेज में बोलता है। दिस लैंग्वेज इज द लैंग्वेज ऑफ इलेक्शन रेज, कि आपके गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, आपके पार्टी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है बिकॉज ऑफ नॉन परफॉर्मेंस, और आप इलेक्शन रेज में आ गए हैं। जिस प्रकार रोड रेज का हम केस देखते हैं, राहुल गांधी जी का ये इलेक्शन रेज है। ये कई महीनों से चल रहा है। जब आप कहते हैं कि चुन चुन के मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं, मैं बर्बाद कर दूंगा ऑफिसर्स को, दिस इज नॉट द लैंग्वेज। मैं सत्ताधारी पार्टी का प्रवक्ता हूं। मेरे बगल में आदरणीय केके जी बैठे हैं, ये सत्ताधारी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता हैं। मुस्कुराकर हमें इन प्रश्नों का उत्तर देना होगा। एक क्षण के लिए भी हमारे मुख पर एरोगेंस और अहंकार नहीं होना चाहिए। हम कौन हैं? हम नौकर हैं, हम जनता के सेवक हैं, चाकर हैं हम। ये जो हम आज बैठे हुए हैं इस चेयर पे और बात कर रहे हैं, जनता जनार्दन ने वोट दिया है उनकी नौकरी करने के लिए। बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर द्वारा बनाए गए संविधान के पन्नों में इलेक्शन कैसा होगा, कैसे कंडक्ट करेगी चुनाव आयोग उस इलेक्शन को, इस विषय में पूरी जानकारी है। और बाबा साहब ने यह भी लिखा है अपने संविधान में कि यदि कोई आयोग अपना काम ठीक से नहीं करती है तो कोर्ट भी है। आप कोर्ट की दरवाजे को भी खटखटा सकते हैं। मैं आज राहुल जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, राहुल जी, अभद्र शब्दों का तो प्रयोग आपने कर लिया, मगर विनम्रता के साथ क्या आप कोर्ट गए? डिड यू फाइल अ पिटीशन अगेंस्ट दिस? 288 कैंडिडेट्स ने शायद आपके लड़े होंगे, 288 आपके और ऑपोजिशन वालों के महाराष्ट्र में लड़े होंगे। आपको लगता है अगर अधिकांश जगह वोट की चोरी हुई, वोट्स वर डिस्ट्रॉयड, सो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ लीडर यू आर? आप कैसे लीडर हैं जो आपने अपने ही पार्टी के सदस्यों को यह तक नहीं गाइड किया कि जो प्रिस्क्राइब टाइम पीरियड होता है उसके अंदर आप तुरंत कोर्ट जाइए, कोर्ट में जाकर आप वहां पर ये दस्तावेज जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं वो दस्तावेज दिखाइए, आप कोर्ट में केस करिए। मगर नो, राहुल गांधी डिड नॉट गो टू द कोर्ट। मुझे तो आश्चर्य हुआ, उनके जो प्रॉक्सी कोर्ट में गए थे, राहुल गांधी नहीं गए मगर प्रॉक्सी गए। जो प्रॉक्सी कोर्ट में, हाई कोर्ट में गए थे, व्हाट डिड द हाई कोर्ट से? हाई कोर्ट का जवाब है, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट dismisses plea alleging irregularities in Maharashtra assembly polls। बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने फटकार लगाई और साथ में बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट कहती है ग्रॉस अब्यूज ऑफ द प्रोसेस ऑफ लॉ। ये जो रिट पिटीशन जिसने भी दाखिल किया है उनके खिलाफ कहती है कि ये ग्रॉस अब्यूज ऑफ लॉ है। आगे चल के बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट की जो खंडपीठ है जिसमें जस्टिस JS कुलकर्णी और जस्टिस आरिफ डॉक्टर हैं, उन्होंने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है, द कोर्ट फाउंड नो एविडेंस ऑफ फ्रॉड और इलीगल वोटिंग and emphasized that the petitioner had failed to demonstrate any personal legal injury or enforceable right. We do not find a scratch of legal grievance, much less legal injury. कोई लीगल इंजुरी नहीं हुई है, कोई लीगल ग्रीवियंस नहीं हुआ है, और कोर्ट ने उसे डिसमिस कर दिया। चलिए, आप कोर्ट नहीं गए। मैं अभी आने से पहले थोड़ा बहुत रिसर्च कर रहा था कि राहुल गांधी जी इलेक्शन कमीशन से तो सवाल पूछे ही होंगे। ये आज जो हार्वर्ड स्टाइल में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे, प्रोफेसर की तरह घूम घूम कर, वो क्या है पीछे पीपीटी बना करके हार्ड वर्क कर लेते तो ये हार्वर्ड स्टाइल का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं करना पड़ता। ये जो हार्वर्ड स्टाइल का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे, तो क्या उससे पहले वो इलेक्शन कमीशन गए? मालूम पड़ा कि जो केपीसीसी है, कर्नाटका प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी है, वो गई थी अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन। 3 तारीख को गई थी इसी महीने के। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने उनको 6 तारीख को कहा कि आप 8 तारीख को आइए, हम आपको सुनेंगे। मगर 7 तारीख को ही राहुल गांधी जी वो आ नहीं गए सुनने। कल सुनना था, कल जाना था कमीशन के पास, मगर 7 तारीख को ही प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर दिया। केवल इतना ही नहीं, महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव के विषय में बात हो रही है। महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव को लेकर जब नवंबर 2024 में राहुल गांधी जी ने पहली बार आपत्ति दर्ज की, तो दिसंबर में ही इलेक्शन कमीशन ने चिट्ठी लिख के बुला लिया था कि राहुल जी आप आइए ना, यू कम एंड हैव अ डिस्कशन विद अस। वो चिट्ठी भी मैं लेकर आया हूं। मैं ये चिट्ठी इसलिए लेके आया हूं क्योंकि ये चिट्ठी पब्लिक डोमेन में है, और ये किसी और देश का इलेक्शन कमीशन नहीं है, ये हमारे देश का ही इलेक्शन कमीशन है। तो यदि पब्लिक डोमेन में वो चिट्ठी है, और उस चिट्ठी में क्या लिखता है इलेक्शन कमीशन? इन व्यू ऑफ योर आर्टिकल पब्लिश्ड इन अ न्यूज़पेपर ऑन 7/6/2025, ये हाल की बात है। कई चिट्ठियां लिखी है इलेक्शन कमीशन में, मैं एक चिट्ठी का उदाहरण दे रहा हूं। 7/6/2025 को एक बड़े अंग्रेजी अखबार में राहुल गांधी का महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव को लेकर आर्टिकल छपा था। उस आर्टिकल में वही बातें की गई थी जो बातें आज उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में की है। तो चुनाव आयोग ने कहा था कि माननीय राहुल जी, ऐसा है कि नवंबर 2024 में महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव हुआ, दिसंबर में भी आपने यही सब आरोप लगाए थे, तो हमने आपको दिसंबर में ही बुलाया था। चलिए कोई बात नहीं, आप नहीं आए। यहां पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कुछ डाटा दिया है, यह पब्लिक डोमेन में डाटा है। यह डाटा है कि कुल मिलाकर के 1,08,026 बीएलए है, बूथ लेवल एजेंट है महाराष्ट्र के अंदर सभी पार्टी के। बीएलए का काम क्या होता है? बीएलए का काम होता है कि इस घर में बहुत सारे वोटर हैं। अरे कैसे हो सकता है इस घर में इतने सारे वोटर? चलो कंप्लेंट करो बीएलओ को, मतलब ऑफिसर को, जो बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर होता है। ये बीएलए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपॉइंट करती है, और बीएलओ इलेक्शन कमीशन का ऑफिसर होता है। अरे इसका नाम सही नहीं है, इसके पिताजी का नाम तो गलत है, चलो कंप्लेंट करो, ठीक करवाते हैं। अरे ये तो 18 साल की नहीं है, ये तो 60 साल की है, इलेक्शन कमीशन को हम कंप्लेंट करते हैं। ये बीएलए का काम होता है। कितने बीएलए हैं महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस पार्टी के? 28,420, 420 नहीं, 28,420, 28,420 बीएलए। 28,420 बीएलए होने के बाद भी ये सारे बीएलए क्या कर रहे थे? ये सारे बीएलए क्या कर रहे थे? ये सोए हुए थे। ये किसके घर में किसका कितना वोटर निकला, किसकी कितनी लिस्ट है, किसका नाम क्या है, ये इन्होंने क्यों नहीं देखा? फिर इलेक्शन कमीशन लिखती है कि चलिए आप ऐसा करिए, आप बहुत बिजी व्यक्ति हैं, तो आप अपनी सहूलियत बताइए कि आप सब डॉक्यूमेंट लेके हमारे पास आइए, अपनी सहूलियत बताइए, और ये हमारा एड्रेस है, ये हमारा ईमेल आईडी है, अपना समय और स्थान दे दीजिए, वहां बैठ के चर्चा हो जाएगी, क्या आपके प्रॉब्लम है उनका हम समाधान और उत्तर दे देंगे। मगर राहुल जी ने, मुझे नहीं पता ईमेल किया कि नहीं, मगर अभी तक इलेक्शन कमीशन से समय लेकर मिलने का काम नहीं किया। आज एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आज मैं देख रहा था इलेक्शन कमीशन का कुछ चिट्ठी भी आया है, वह भी आपने देखा है, यह आज की ही चिट्ठी है इलेक्शन का। मुझे कैसे मालूम पड़ा कि केपीसीसी ने चिट्ठी लिखी थी मिलने के लिए, और 8 तारीख का टाइम मिला था इलेक्शन कमीशन का? ये इस चिट्ठी से मालूम पड़ा, जो हर वेबसाइट में आज मौजूद है इलेक्शन कमीशन के, और आज आप लोग भी दिखा रहे हैं। इस चिट्ठी के 2 भाग हैं। दूसरे भाग में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने राहुल गांधी जी को कहा कि अच्छा, आपके पास बहुत सारी डेटा है जो आपने आज प्रस्तुत किया है, कि इतने लोगों का नाम कट गया, इतने लोगों का नाम जुड़ गया, इत्यादि इत्यादि, तो हम तैयार है जांच करने के लिए। मगर जांच का एक प्रोसीजर होता है कि ये जो सारी कागजें आप देख रहे थे, मोटी मोटी कागजें बंडल बंडल लेके घूम रहे, ये सारी जो कागजें हैं, आप ओथ में कि मैं राहुल गांधी, फलाना ढिकड़ा मेरा एड्रेस, मैं ओथ पे कहता हूं कि ये सब कागज मेरे पास है, मैं इन्हें सत्यापित करता हूं, आप इसकी जांच करिए। इसको सत्यापन करना होता है। पार्लियामेंट में भी मैं कोई भाषण दे दूं तो ऑपोजिशन अगर कह दे कि यह सांसद ठीक नहीं बोल रहे हैं, तो मुझे सत्यापित करना पड़ेगा पार्लियामेंट में। आई हैव टू प्लेस ऑन रिकॉर्ड कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूं वो सत्य बोल रहा हूं, क्योंकि हम सब अंडर ओथ हैं, तो हमको सत्यापित करना पड़ेगा। राहुल गांधी देश के लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन हैं। उन्होंने एक संवैधानिक संस्था के खिलाफ कुछ आरोप लगाए, उनका डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है, मगर जो हमारी संवैधानिक सत्यापन है, जो संविधान कहती है, वो कहती है कि रूल ऐसे है, कंप्लेंट किया है तो अंडर ओथ आप लिख के दीजिए कि ये कागज है, मैं ये डिपॉजिट कर रहा हूं, मेरे को ये कागज इस सोर्स, ठीक सोर्स है, आप इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन कीजिए। जब आप लोगों ने राहुल गांधी से पूछा कि आप ओथ में देंगे, तो राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं मेरे शब्द ही मेरे ओथ हैं, माई वर्ड्स आर माई ओथ। बहुत बड़ा बाहुबली है। माई वर्ड्स, मेरे शब्द ही मेरे शासन है। यही हम चाकर हैं, हम नौकर हैं लोगों के, और ये राजा हैं। मेरे शब्द ही मेरे शासन है। ये तो इस फिल्म में डायलॉग था ना, मेरे शब्द ही मेरे शासन है। मैं बोल दूंगा वही शासन होगा। नहीं, आप गांधी परिवार के हो सकते हैं, आप गांधी जी नहीं हैं। तो नकली गांधी परिवार के लोग ये न सोचे कि उनके शब्द ही देश का शासन है। देश का शासन बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर जी द्वारा लिखे हुए संविधान में है। द वर्ड्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया इज द शासन ऑफ दिस कंट्री। संविधान की भाषा ही इस देश की मर्यादा है, इस देश का शासन है। राहुल गांधी के वर्ड शासन नहीं है। राहुल गांधी कहते हैं मेरी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। काहे चीज की क्रेडिबिलिटी है? आपके वर्ड ही आपके शासन थे। कुछ दिन पहले तो आप कह रहे थे चीन ने हमारे 2000 या 4000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, पता नहीं, कहीं 2000 बोलते थे, कहीं 4000 बोलते थे, 2000-4000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जमीन हड़प ली है भारत की। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ठिकाने लगा दिया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सवाल पूछ लिया कि आर यू अ ट्रू इंडियन? आप सच्चे भारतीय हैं क्या? इस प्रकार के शब्द आप बोलेंगे? जिस देश के थाली में खाना खाते हैं उसी देश में छेद करेंगे। इनडायरेक्टली तो यही पूछा गया कि इस देश की आर्मी के ऊपर आप सवाल उठाएंगे, आर यू अ ट्रू इंडियन? और प्रियंका वाड्रा जी कहती है हु आर द जजेस? हु आर द जजेस? वो कौन है ये सब कहने वाले? वाह, मतलब दोनों भाई बहन मिलके मेरे ही शब्द मेरे शासन है। ये गांधी परिवार सोचते हैं कि हाँ, तानाशाही। बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं कि जी तानाशाही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज भी नहीं कह सकते हैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन भी प्यार भरा पत्र लिखा है कि आइए चर्चा करेंगे। हु आर दे? कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस फेस करना पड़ेगा। क्या है ये? क्या है ये? बाहुबली है आप? ऐसा नहीं चलता है। और तो और रफाल के विषय में 3-3 बार कान पकड़ करके माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी। लगभग सुप्रीम कोर्ट में उठक बैठक की नौबत आ गई थी। लिखित रूप में एफिडेविट दे के आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट से माफी मांगना पड़ा था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के विषय में जो गलत टिप्पणी और झूठी टिप्पणी आपने की थी उसके लिए मैं माफी मांगता हूं। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लिए किया था। वीर सावरकर को जिस प्रकार के शब्दों के प्रयोग से अपमानित किया, आज उसके लिए भी माफी मांगना पड़ रहा है। तो राहुल जी राफेल में कान पकड़ के उठक बैठक, वीर सावरकर के लिए कान पकड़कर उठक बैठक, चीन के लिए कान पकड़कर उठक बैठक, तो आपकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है कहां? कितनी क्रेडिबिलिटी आपकी है कि आपके शब्द ही आपके ओथ हो जाएंगे? यू डू नॉट हैव क्रेडिबिलिटी, यू लैक क्रेडिबिलिटी। योर ओथ हैज नो मीनिंग, योर वर्ड्स हैव नो मीनिंग। दैट्स द रीजन एज टू व्हाई यू हैव टू गिव एन एफिडेविट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन। जो आपसे मांगा गया है वो देश का संविधान है। संविधान के अनुरूप लिखित रूप में दीजिए और जांच करवाइए, तभी जाके असलियत सामने आपकी आएगी। दूसरी बात, और मैं कड़े शब्दों में कहना चाहूंगा, अभी तक तो बहुत आराम से कह रहा था, राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी मिटाने के लिए बहाने ढूंढ के लाती है। पुलवामा जैसा बहाना, पुलवामा बहाना था? मैं देश से पूछता हूं, आज जो राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा कि पुलवामा एक बहाना था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को मिटाने के लिए, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक बहाना था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को मिटाने के लिए, क्या अर्थ है? उसका अर्थ है भारत ने ही अटैक कराया अपने देश पे और सारी जिम्मेदारी पाकिस्तान पे मढ़ दिया, और पाकिस्तान पे अटैक करके, मतलब जो वो कहते हैं, हम तो अटैक करते नहीं, हम तो बुद्ध की देश है, हम तो अपने सिटीजन्स की रक्षा करते हैं, और पाकिस्तान के साथ इस प्रकार का प्रपंच रच के एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को मिटा दिया और वोट गेन करने की कोशिश की। यही कहना चाहते हैं आप, राहुल गांधी? इसीलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आपसे पूछा, आर यू अ ट्रू इंडियन? पुलवामा को आप अगर बहाना बोलेंगे, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को यदि आप बहाना बोलेंगे, आपने एयर स्ट्राइक और सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पे सबूत मांगा था, देश के संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को कहेंगे कि सीरियस कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस होंगी, बहुत क्षति आपकी होने वाली है, हम आपको छोड़ने वाले नहीं, तो देश की जनता वैसे भी आपको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करती है, ऐसे भी आपको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी। और अभी तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूछा है, तो सुप्रीम मोस्ट कोर्ट, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी ऊपर है, वो है जनता जनार्दन की कोर्ट।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. the average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira.
Conversation with Republic TV. Netanyahu backs India amid the Trump's tariff war. Netanyahu reveals big Gaza plans, says Israel will intensify the war in Gaza to finish the Hamas, and Hamas will be handed over to Gaza will be handed over to a governing body. As per reports, Russian President Vladimir Putin will visit India soon. Dates yet to be announced.
और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message over Trump tariff, says he's ready to pay a personal price to protect the farmers of the country. India officially pauses procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-818I maritime patrol aircraft as of August 2025. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju says NDA leaders authorized PM Modi to pick alliance's vice president candidate. Elections to be held on the 9th of September. BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his charges against the Election Commission, terms it an irresponsible statement, dares him to put a declaration on record. Very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking down Baksh Samisha with you. We have breaking news coming in from the valley. Anantnag police have raided bookstores following administration's ban on 25 books. The government has banned 25 books for promoting a false narrative and secessionism in Jammu and Kashmir. And Anantnag police carried out this crackdown on bookstores who are in fact selling these books. Home Department issued order declaring publication, copies and related documents of these books as forfeited to the government. An action taken under relevant legal provisions to curb anti-national propaganda. The banned books spreading misinformation, promoting separatist ideologies have been under the lens, viewers, and that's why the government and that's why these raids have been conducted. This crackdown has been carried out by Anantnag police in Jammu and Kashmir. Aravat is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aravat, tell us more details about this move. Okay, we will try and connect with Aravat, but this is the breaking news we have right now. After ban on the books, the raids have been conducted on bookstores in Anantnag. And these are the books that were peddling secessionist, separatist ideologies, a propaganda against the country, against the nation. All anti-national propaganda. There's no space for it on the soil. And the government had banned. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more details about the banning of these books and the raid that has been conducted. Do we also expect similar raids in other areas?
Yes, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir yesterday via Home Department of J&K has come out with an order, and the order reads that there is going to be raids that are going to be conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir Police because the Home Department, which is the parent department for Jammu and Kashmir Police, has issued an order in which 25 books have been banned. All these books were spreading the separatism ideology and secessionism in Jammu and Kashmir, and they were detrimental to the sovereignty and the unity of the government of India and the Union of India. After which a decision was taken by the Lieutenant Governor administration that these books needs to be banned. Since the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor holds the Home Department that is responsible for law and order, and any book or any material or literature that can be detrimental to the security of the country, that decision lies with the prerogative lies with the Lieutenant Governor. And yesterday, order that came through the Home Department of Jammu and Kashmir. They decided that these books, the 25 books, be banned in Jammu and Kashmir. And see, Anantnag being one of those districts that have been hotbed of terrorism in the past, there lies a probability that these books can actually incite people against the Union of India, and that's why Anantnag police carried out raids, and several books were also seized. Reason being that earlier they were not banned books, but now this is a banned literature, and any sale or purchase of this literature is against the law of the land.
Right. Thank you so much, Gursimran Singh, for joining us with those details coming in. We have some more breaking news, and this is pertaining to the hearing on Udaipur files. The hearing has been underway in Delhi court today on Udaipur files. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia said that this is a movie based on a crime. We have not stated that this is an exact narration. That the positive side of the story has been lost of social harmony. Radical elements need to be exposed. We'll get you more details from the court, viewers. We'll try and get you more updates. All right, we also have more details coming in. This is about movie that can influence. Okay, so arguments against the release of the film have been made by the lawyers, and the lawyer says that this could influence the trial. They're insinuating that. The film says it's a conspirator to the movie can influence judges, witness, family. The lawyer advocate goes on to say that my contention is that fair trial is irreversibly violated with the screening of this film. So there has been a long drawn legal battle now, viewers, as far as Udaipur files is concerned. And then today, of course, the hearing is right now underway. There are arguments being made as we speak against the release of this film. The central government, however, had already cleared the movie for release, remember, rejecting the objections as well. But this is the case that is going on in the court, in the Delhi court, High Court. And hearing that is now underway. We are learning that there are also arguments being made against the release of the film, that it could in fact also influence the trial that is underway in the murder case of Kanhaiya Lal, the tailor from Udaipur, who was brutally murdered, and it was all recorded on camera. And more breaking news coming in, viewers. Well, China has now backed India's strong stand against Donald Trump's 50% tariff move. Chinese embassy says, and I quote, India's sovereignty is non-negotiable, says Beijing. It goes on to say that India's sovereignty cannot be manipulated by others. It's a big message being sent out from Asia to Donald Trump. China, imagine, viewers, China, we've had, of course, disputes with China, but we've seen the advancement in the ties, and now in the latest, China is also backing India's stand. It's put out very clearly that India's sovereignty is non-negotiable. Remember, this comes ahead of Prime Minister's visit to Beijing to China for the SCO summit as well. And then Beijing says that India's sovereignty is non-negotiable, that it cannot be manipulated by others. This is a big update, and it's a big message being sent out to Donald Trump. Nobody is listening to Trump. Nobody is ready to budge before Donald Trump. Trump should be hearing this. Trump should be reading this wherever he is. White House should be making a note of this when China says that India's sovereignty is non-negotiable. In fact, Donald Trump doesn't even have answers when asked that why there has been a duplicity in the tariffs that have been put out. Kangsha joins us live on the broadcast for more from the newsroom. Kangsha, of course, it's a big statement, a big message being sent out from China in support of India. Donald Trump needs to be watching this, that how there are countries, strong countries, powerful countries coming together, telling Donald Trump that we will not bow down.
Absolutely. In fact, this is a statement that has come in from the Chinese ambassador to India. He has said, and I quote, using tariffs as a weapon to suppress other countries, violate the UN Charter, undermines WTO rules, and is both unpopular and unsustainable. And this is the statement coming in from the foreign minister of China. And this is, in fact, a deja vu of sorts for China as well, because remember how Donald Trump had thrown the tariff tantrums at them as well in a similar way. And after that, he had, in fact, bowed down and there was a whole trade talk that later happened. But this statement is quite important just ahead of Prime Minister's visit to China later this month. And what we're learning is that Israel has also come in support of India as far as the US tariff threat is concerned. And now China has said that this is non-negotiable. And this is a big statement that has come from the Foreign Ministry of China, saying that using tariff as a weapon to suppress other countries violates the law. It is unpopular and unsustainable.
Trump was also asked about if China could face similar penalties, when he said, in fact, we've done it with India and we are considering it. We can't tell you yet, and one of them could be China. So that is also what Beijing has very clearly heard. And, we see that there is support coming in from India as well. Thanks so much, Akanksha, for joining us with those details. Now, viewers, let's just get you this big story that we've been tracking for you on this Trump's escalation and India roaring back. Donald Trump imposed additional tariff on India by 25%, making a total of 50%. And he issued this executive order imposing this additional 25% tariff on goods from India just days after a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia. Now, Indian goods are going to face up to 50% of latest these tariffs. Now, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions as well. He says a lot of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, mincing no words, has given a clear and a strong message to Washington, D.C., saying that farmers' interest is paramount, that he will protect the interest of the farmers, even if he has to personally pay a price for that. Listen in.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
So viewers, just hours after imposing this additional 25% tariff on Indian imports, taking the total to 50%, Trump warned of more sanctions, calling them secondary sanctions that could be under consideration. Listen in.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Right, we have visuals coming in right now of a rally that is right now underway. And this is the, of course, ahead of the elections. The AIADMK is now carrying out the rally there. We'll just try and get you the location where it's coming from, and live shots coming in. We do not know who's the leader there. We'll try to tell you that. Okay, it's General Secretary Edipati Palaniswamy holding the rally. So AIADMK taking out this rally ahead of the elections. Of course, this is the visual coming in from Madurai, and there have been the campaigning has, of course, kick-started. E. Palaniswamy, or EPS, has kicked off the poll campaign today. hoping to revive AIADMK's fortunes in Tamil Nadu. And this is, of course, the update we have right now from Madurai, the AIADMK rally as per plan in Madurai. And we'll get you more details. If you could just try and get our reporter also from ground zero on that. But Palaniswamy is kick-starting his election campaign for his party. And of course, it's going to be interesting. And these are visuals from the poll campaigning had begun. In fact, have been public rallies the past few weeks as well by EPS, and of course now it's picking up pace, the campaigning picking up pace in Tamil Nadu, and it's a make or break moment for the AIADMK. Of course, it has suffered in 3 successive elections. It has tasted defeat. It has suffered defeat in 3 consecutive elections, and party, of course, has been suffering. My colleague Sharda joins us live on the broadcast. Sharda, Palaniswamy there, we just see him sitting in that vehicle, kick-starting his campaign now, and it's, of course, a very, very crucial election for this regional party.
Well, the 2026 is the big elections for the state of Tamil Nadu, as it's expected to change a lot of things here. Apart from the DMK, the opposition AIADMK is putting on a strong fight with the NDA alliance, that is the BJP. And also, we could see multiple other political parties joining the AIADMK and BJP in the coming time soon. I can ask my VJ to show the visuals of the campaign that the Palaniswamy is now taking. And it is with Rajendra Balaji. And he is a strong candidate in Madurai, and last time he lost in the 500-seat variation with the DMK, but now we can see how the AIADMK is making sure that the people of Tamil Nadu accept that the DMK has been nothing but a failure government in the last 4 years, and now trying to get back into power, and we can see how the support of the people are increasing in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. Well, this is the visual coming in from Rajpalayam in Madurai of Tamil Nadu, and of course this is very important. An important rally, a statewide campaign has been launched by Palaniswamy as he looks to dethrone MK Stalin. These are the live visuals coming in, viewers, flagging off the election yatra. Palaniswamy along with other leaders of the AIADMK, and this time around, of course, this is going to be very, very crucial for the party to, in fact, revive its fortunes, make promises, and, of course, deliver and bring in confidence in the people of Tamil Nadu as the rally gets kick-started. Sharda, tell us more about what is the plan like as far as the statewide campaigning of Palaniswamy is concerned. Do we expect the party, the alliance partners like those from the BJP also joining in soon?
Well, this is the second phase of the campaign that's happening under the AIADMK in Tamil Nadu. So the first set was in the southern state, which included the western Nilgiris, Coimbatore, and down south Tenkasi and Tirunelveli. And the second space is now the Madurai, where Madurai is becoming a strong space for the AIADMK and BJP to tap into, because that is the special part of Tamil Nadu which had been constantly opposing the DMK government in the state. And we can see how where now they have been calling the Palaniswamy the future chief minister, and this fresh rally, which is the second phase right now, shows how strong the AIADMK is. Though there is 8 months still left for the elections, the fire among the people when they see the AIADMK leader is huge, especially when it is here in Madurai. Erode being his hometown, Palaniswamy has tried to make sure that even the center of the state of Tamil Nadu, which is Madurai, Rajapalayam, Srivilliputturu and the other places.
Right, right, Radha, thank you so much for joining us with that live input coming in from Tamil Nadu. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other stories. Now, viewers, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in India Benjamin Netanyahu has been speaking to Republic TV, and he has spoken on the India-US trade war as well. There's a basic understanding, he says, I just quote him, there's a basic understanding in Washington DC that India is a solid partner. India stands out in Asia. India and US are two terrific friends with so much common ground. Okay, Netanyahu is saying basically that India and US will find a solution. Netanyahu, speaking to Republic TV's Abhishek Kapoor, has said that India and US will find a solution. We in fact have Abhishek Kapoor joining us from Israel right now. Abhishek, thank you for joining us. And this is, of course, a big statement coming in. Tell us more. What did the Israeli Prime Minister tell Republic?
Well, you see, so we were part of a delegation that met Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at his office in Jerusalem just an hour and a half back. And it was a freewheeling conversation which lasted for about 45 minutes. Prime Minister giving that much time is actually, it underscores the kind of importance his government and he personally gives to Israel's relationship with India. My own takeaways coming out of that conversation were first about India-Israel. It's a relationship which is getting stronger by the day. Prime Minister Netanyahu a couple of times complimented Prime Minister Modi for taking it to the next level. In fact, pulling it out of a freeze that was there earlier during the Congress governments. And then he said that the only direction in future for India-Israel partnership is up, up and up. And I am actually quoting him verbatim. He very openly spoke about India's defense relationship with Israel. And he said that some of our platforms, their platforms that is, have been used and proved successful during the ongoing Operation Sindoor post the Pahalgam terror attack. He was very unequivocal in his words, choosing to call it a murder, the killing of Pahalgam tourists in Jammu and Kashmir. And then, of course, he said that there is more that needs to be done or can be done between India and Israel in terms of strengthening India's border surveillance and monitoring. So those were my key takeaways insofar as his views on India-Israel relationship is concerned. Another second most important takeaway, of course, was that he said that Israel is going to increase its military operations in the Gaza Strip. So the war against Hamas is going to see increased intensity going forward. We don't know for how long it will go. He said that we would want to make it a short and quick one to decimate Hamas completely. If Hamas wants, they can surrender all arms tomorrow and the war can end tomorrow. But then peace cannot be on Hamas's terms. Peace would be from a position of strength on Israeli terms. And that's why, having done with the Iran war, now Prime Minister Netanyahu is now completely focusing on finishing Hamas in Gaza. And then, of course, my final takeaway was that he very fondly hoped that this ongoing turbulence between India and the United States because of the tariff war of President Trump finds an amicable solution. He said that both are great democracies, both are great, he said, terrific partnerships. And Washington, D.C. sees India as a standout nation in Asia. And so both should be sitting together and sorting it out. He said when asked if he had any role or a possible role in bringing calm in this ongoing turbulence, he said that if he had a role, he would keep it private, which means he did not rule out. He said that which means he suggested that if need be, he can work the phones. He more than a couple of times mentioned about his strong friendship with Prime Minister Modi. He fondly recalled PM Modi's visit to Israel and then, of course, his own visit to 2017. He also said that very soon he would want to come back to India. And I think on that note, I can say that Prime Minister Netanyahu showed a lot of clarity on most of the issues. He even said that in the larger Middle East, while the rest of the world, specifically Europe, and he did not have much of kind words for Europe, he said that it seems like most of the moderate Muslims live in the Middle East and the radical ones live in Europe. And he said that we are doing fine. We are in security-wise, national security-wise, Israel is much stronger post the Hamas war, even if diplomatically perhaps it is going through a period of isolation.
In fact, Abhishek, I request you to please stay on with us because there's another breaking news that we have on the Gaza Strip. This is about the Israeli government sources also revealing that Gaza is said to be handed over to a governing body that is neither the Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority. Now, Abhishek, what does this really mean? Is Israel trying full occupation of the Gaza Strip? What is the plan in store?
Well, yes. So, as I was mentioning, Rakshita, during the closing of the last segment we had, which is that Israel is under tremendous diplomatic pressure globally to end this war. And in the face of this kind of pressure for Netanyahu to say, no, in fact, I'm going to double down on my war on Hamas and intensify it further, then he has to have a ramp off, as the Americans would say. So his ramp off is, I can finish it off quickly, but provided Hamas demilitarizes. If they're not doing it on their own, we will go in, because we are done with all other wars, the seven-front war that they've had over the last year and a half with Hezbollah, with Houthis, with Iran, with the Syrian militias, and of course with the Hamas in Gaza. He said, we are going to double down on military operations. The war is going to intensify, and once it ends, with the complete decimation of Hamas, we want a government there, a good government there, but not of Hamas and not of Palestine Authority. The world community can come together and decide and give a good governance structure to the people of Gaza Strip, and Israel would be absolutely okay with that. So in a way, he was sort of assuaging the concerns that even as he is doubling down, he has no intention whatsoever to annex the Gaza Strip into Israel. The people of Gaza can live there, have their government, minus Hamas.
Right, Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in from Jerusalem. That was Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, reporting from Jerusalem. We shift our focus to other story, but before that, it's time to take a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about how Vladimir Putin is all set to visit India soon. Dates, of course, will be confirmed in a short while, in a few days, but NSA Doval is confirming President Putin's visit to India. Also, India roars back at Trump's tariff threats, says that India is ready to take the tariffs, even if it is compromising on his aim personally. He says, Prime Minister says that farmers come first.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया. और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर सही तरीके से.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthy. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and this evening we are keeping our focus on the US-India tariff war that is currently going on and how Prime Minister Modi has drawn a red line saying we will not compromise. And up next, in a big boost to India-Russia ties, Russian President is all set to visit India. The date has to be decided, but this holds a lot of importance, especially in the backdrop of this tariff war between India and the United States. And then we'll tell you about the opposition party's attempt to corner the government over tariffs today in the parliament. We'll get you those reactions, and then to the state of Punjab, where Honey Singh and Karan Aujla, they have been summoned for using derogatory words in their songs. And then Rahul Gandhi versus Election Commission, that has escalated with a new charge that has come from him regarding the vote theft. And lastly, rescue operation is currently underway in Uttarakhand, where remember few days back there was a flood. There was in fact a tragedy that unfolded there, and the army is racing against time to restore connectivity to that very area. These are the top 6 stories that we're tracking for you at 6 o'clock this evening. Let's get started. Well, starting with the tariff war that is currently going on, US President Donald Trump has announced an extra 25% tariff on India as penalty for the continued import of Russian crude oil. But India has refused to buckle under this pressure. Minutes later, first strong worded statement that came in from the Ministry of External Affairs, calling this unfair, unjustified and completely unreasonable. And then Prime Minister Modi today stressed that India will never compromise with the interest of the farmers and the fishermen. A big message to the United States that he has given. The Prime Minister, in fact, has said that while he knows that he will have to pay the price personally, he was ready to do it for the farmers of the country. So a farmer-first message that the Prime Minister has given, and this comes at a time when Donald Trump has hinted at the imposition of secondary sanction after this 50% as well. Firstly, listening to what the Prime Minister said today.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
He tried to do this with China and also Brazil. Now he's doing this with India. Let's tell you about how India is facing the highest tariff till now. India right now is facing 50% of the tariffs, followed by Brazil similar percentage, 50%. Myanmar at 40%, Switzerland at 39%, and Thailand at 36%. And then comes China after this as well. Now let's tell you, because many people want to know how will this impact the people of India. And regarding that, let's pull up the next graphic that we have for you. How this will impact India. There will be impact on textile. There will be impact on gems, jewelry. Let's move on the leather, footwear, animal products as far as India is concerned. Chemical, electronic and mechanical machinery will be affected, and these industries will be impacted. But what will be exempted is very important. We are learning that pharma, oil, gas and electronics will be exempted as far as the 50% tariff is concerned. But there is going to be some sort of impact on several stuff as well. Let me go across to Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Strategic Affairs expert, joining us live. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. As I was mentioning, Donald Trump tried to do this with China, with Brazil as well. Now he's doing this with India. Do you believe India will succumb to this arm twisting that Donald Trump is currently doing?
No. So far, it's only the small countries that have succumbed to it. Lula, the president of Brazil, is furious. China hasn't succumbed to it. The Swiss went home. In fact, the Swiss president actually tried to suck up to Trump. He was in DC till this morning, and he left without any agreement on the 39% tariff that has been imposed on Switzerland. We have to understand, India today is not the India of the 1970s that was, begging for food and arms and things like that. You can't just cover us down like that, and we are not going to bend. I think today the speech by the Prime Minister made it very clear that we're not going to bend. That said, I think it's very important we understand that the impact on us is also limited. It is to textiles, gems and jewelry and things like that. Now, who in America buys Indian gems and jewelry? It's mostly the Indian expatriate market and the multinationals buying it. Remember, India is the biggest processor of diamond smalls. We account for almost 60% of the market. Best of luck trying to replace that bulk with somebody else. You're not going to get it because, people don't just learn to cut diamonds overnight. Diamond cutting is a great skill that takes years to train people and so on and so forth. All this is going to do is add to inflationary pressure on textiles and gems and jewelry in America. And in a sense, we need to understand that is exactly what Trump wants. He's making a fool of his own people because on one hand, his big, beautiful bill did not deliver a zero deficit budget. It's actually an extremely high deficit budget. He then gave tax cuts to his voter base. Now he's taking back all the tax cuts by increasing all the prices, which also means the enormous debt that America is under becomes much cheaper to service.
Absolutely. In fact, Abhijit Iyer is here on with us. Let's get our viewers more details about this tariff war that is going on amid growing tensions between US and India over the Russian oil imports. National Security Advisor arrived in Moscow for the visit to strengthen the ties between India and Russia, and he met with the top officials there. And remember how India has called out Russia's doublespeak. In fact, US's doublespeak over Russian imports. They themselves import palladium, uranium, fertilizer from Russia. But when it comes to India, and they are questioning us over the crude oil. Now, New Delhi has taken a firm stand. They have said that there will be no selective targeting, no hypocrisy, and it will not be accepted. Firstly, listen into what the National Security Advisor said in Russia today.
You have very rightly mentioned, Excellency, that we have got a very special relationship, a long relationship, and we highly value our strategic partnership. We have had high-level engagements, and these high-level engagements have contributed very substantially. We are very excited and delighted to learn about the visit of His Excellency the President of Russia, President Putin, to India. I think that the dates are almost finalized now. The more important thing is this, that is, these summit meetings have always been the watershed points.
Well, coming back to you once again, Abhijit Iyer, as far as the visit of NSA is concerned, this is very important because, as I was mentioning, when it comes to United States purchasing a lot of stuff from Russia, it's okay. But when it comes to India, then they have a problem and they will be imposing 25% tariff. How do you look at this visit of the National Security Advisor to Russia and the upcoming visit of Putin to India as well?
This is the NSA's visit. It was actually meant to happen last month. It got postponed. It is happening this month. But what we have done is apparently we have brought forward the visit of President Putin to, I believe, next month.
Yes.
Number one. So that is a significant signaling. The second is, of course, the Prime Minister going to Tianjin for the SCO summit. That will be another major signal that's being sent. May I just point out, however, the sheer hypocrisy that even in these tariffs imposed on India, if India imports Russian oil, processes it and sells it to America, that sale of Russian oil becomes exempt from these same tariffs.
Right.
So, absolutely ludicrous on how this whole process has been imposed on India. That said, there is limited impact, but we need to understand there will be some pain in the short term.
Absolutely. Now this tariff war seems to be escalated. Thanks so much, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus, Russian President Putin is all set to visit India later this month. The time has not been decided, but this visit comes amid the heightened tensions between India and US over India's trade relationship with Russia. And remember, US imposed an additional 25% tariff on imports from India over continued purchase of the Russian oil. And in that backdrop, and the war that is going on over tariff as far as India and US is concerned, now Russian president will be visiting India, and that will be very, very important. Let me go across to Dr. Sergey, who's the president of IDC Amicability. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you look at this visit of Russian president to India? Because this definitely comes in the backdrop of the trade war that is going on between India and United States, and the trade war and the focus is definitely on the purchase of oil from Russia. How do you see this visit?
Thank you so much. Good evening, Namaste, Namaskar. First of all, I would like to start that our national leader, Vladimir Putin, already 25 years, he's a leader of our nation, and he lead our nation with such kind of deep responsibility. And he is visionary and believer. That is a similarity between two our nation leaders. Shri Narendra Modi also, he is a spiritual visionary. He is very much influence, not only political, but also spiritual leader. And right now we can see that a visit of our national leader Vladimir Putin to India, to Bharatavarsha, Asian civilization, it's again special historical visit, because as you know, 2007 our national leader start with his historical speech in Munich, multipolar world. And right now these words, multipolar world, use everybody, even General Secretary of United Nations use his speech. We can see that vision and mission of our national leader mixed together with the vision and mission of Shri Narendra Modi can completely change modern global policy and bring us to the very much needable ethics activity of politicians. Because we can see that it was a so big expectation from Donald Trump when before his presidentship, when he was elected, everybody thinks that it will start East-West dialogue. But unfortunately, right now we can see that his behavior, looks like a gamer, not like a real prominent politician.
Absolutely.
Because, but politics is not a game. That's why responsibility is very much needable, and historical visit of our national leader can give to us a big hope that eastern part of the world, such kind of countries like Brazil, mainly BRICS countries, because next year it will be chairmanship of India in BRICS. We should not forget it also. And that's why India have a big leading role next year like a chairman of BRICS, and we can see that this visit, it's like we are in the middle of the economic war right now, because Donald Trump this is not like completely as a proxy war, but as a kind of economic war. His words, his action, his announcement, it looks like starting of the conflict with eastern part of the world. But I can ask very important question: who is a friend of America right now? Because America losing all his friends. Even America right now is a conflict with Europe. And that's why we can see that visit of Vladimir Putin to Bharat to India can give big lessons and big teachings to Donald Trump. I completely believe that he will transform his behavior. He'll transform his position. Even he needs some prominent and Indian advisors. Because, yes, I completely agree that he forgot that America import palladium and uranium and fertilizer from Russia. How he can teach Sri Narendra Modi regarding other products if he himself doing something with Russia? That's why I am completely believe that it will be like a dialogue and new positive news we can expect after visit of our national leader to Delhi.
Absolutely. It is going to be a historic visit, as you also pointed out. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. All eyes will be on that crucial visit of the Russian president. Now, let's tell you more about the tariff war that is going on, how opposition parties have reacted to this. They have criticized Prime Minister over the imposition of tariff by Donald Trump. Congress, however, remains divided. There are a few leaders who have spoken in favor of the government, and there are a few who have spoken against. So clearly a big division when it comes to the Congress party. Listen in to few reactions that have come in from the parliament today.
देश सरकार के साथ खड़ा है, पूरा विपक्ष सरकार के साथ खड़ा है। हम किसी भी राजनीतिक दबाव में या इंटरनेशनली दबाव में नहीं आएंगे। हम लोगों का भी सरकार को यही कहना है कि आपको डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। अमेरिका के दबाव में पूरा देश नहीं आएगा। हम उन डरने वाले देश में नहीं है। निश्चित तौर से जिस तरह की धमकी के साथ वह अपने आप से व्यापार करवाना चाहता है और दूसरे देशों से नहीं करवाने वाला जो धमकी भरा स्टेटमेंट है, बिल्कुल भी हमारी सरकार को दरकिनार करना चाहिए।
वो 100% भी लगा सकते हैं। कल जब आपकी तरफ से कोई जवाब ही नहीं जा रहा है तो 100% लगाते रहे। और ट्रम्प के टैक्स लगाने से क्या फर्क पड़ना है? ट्रम्प को तो जो लगाना है वो लगाएंगे। हम लोगों को जवाब तो देना चाहिए। क्या ट्रम्प के भरोसे हम रोटी खा रहे हैं? अगर ट्रम्प के भरोसे दुनिया रोटी खा रही होती तो ईरान तो भूखा मर गया होता। ईरान ने अपने आप को साबित करके दिखाया। और हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी है, इसको कोई इग्नोर नहीं कर सकता। हम लोगों को अपनी नीतियों के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करने पड़ेंगे। और देश एक सशक्त प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चाहता है कि मोदी जी जवाब देने का काम करें। मोदी जी ट्रम्प को उसकी भाषा में ही जवाब देने का काम करें। क्यों नहीं जवाब दे पा रहे मोदी साहब? हमारी जो उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको बनाना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम लोग उपभोक्ता आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसलिए हमको धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है। हमें उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। अपने क्षेत्र जहां हम पैसा कमा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे, जैसे यूएई है, पर्यटन से पैसा कमा रहा है। हम तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। उनका पर्यटन देखिए कहाँ चला गया, छोटा सा मुल्क। धार्मिक पर्यटन से सऊदी अरब कितना पैसा कमाता है।
Well, now shifting our focus to the state of Punjab, the Punjab State Commission has launched an inquiry into Punjabi music artist Karan Aujla and Yo-Yo Honey Singh for allegedly using derogatory language against women in their song. Now, taking suo motu cognizance of this matter, the Commission has now written to the DGP of Punjab, seeking that there should be an immediate action that should be taken against them. And both the artists have been summoned to appear before the Women's Commission on Monday, that is August 11th, is what we're learning. And the Commission has also raised apprehension over MF Gabru, and this is the name of the song of Karan Aujla, and Millionaire song of Honey Singh. The Commission has said that the lyrics in both the songs, it violates the dignity of women and propagate a disrespectful image of them in popular culture. Now, GIL has requested the police to investigate the matter and submit a detailed report. So this is as far as the action on Yo-Yo Honey Singh and Karan Aujla is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Lalit, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Lalit, tell us more about the letter that Women's Commission has written to the DGP of the police, because this is not just regarding the summoning. They also want investigation in this matter over the two songs that have now come to the fore. Give us more details on this.
The Punjab Women Commission have taken a suo motu and cognizance as the songs of two singers. One is Yo-Yo Hani Singh and the other one is Karan Aujla, in which the dignity of the women has been questioned. So the objectionable words have been put in the song, regarding which now the Punjab Women Commission have taken a suo motu and cognizance, in which it has been clearly stated, and a letter has been written to the Punjab DGP that till 11th August 11 AM a detailed report regarding this should be submitted in the Punjab Women Commission office. Apart from that, it has also been asked to both the singers as a summon notice has been sent to them to appear before the Women Commission of Punjab. So the objectionable words have been used in the songs which are going viral in the YouTube these days, and due to which now this question has been raised and women's dignity has been put on stake, and objectionable words are being used against the women. So these are the objections which have been raised by the Punjab Women Commission, due to which the cognizance and motto has been taken. Back to the
Absolutely. All eyes will be on this day, that is August 11th, when Hani Singh and Karan Aujla will appear before the Women Commission. Remains to be seen whether they do that or not. Now, shifting our focus, after Congress MP Rahul Gandhi claimed to have exposed the vote theft in fact, Mahadevpur constituency in Karnataka, Election Commission now has hit back. Election Commission, through Karnataka CEO, that is the election office there, has asked for Gandhi for details as far as the irregularities that he pointed out in the press conference today, and a warning that providing the fake evidence is punishable under BNS. So this is a strict warning that has been given by the Election Commission of India to Rahul Gandhi. But now war has also started over this. Bharatiya Janata Party has reacted very strongly to the statement that has come in from Rahul Gandhi. Listen in.
आज श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी ने फिर से इलेक्शन कमीशन को प्रहार किया है और एक एनजीओ ने बनाया हुआ कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन को फिर से दोहराया है। वही पुराना बात को फिर से वो दोहरा रहे हैं। मकसद इलेक्शन कमीशन को अटैक करना था। कल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट को अटैक किया और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को क्वेश्चन किया। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर में सवाल उठाया कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट तय नहीं कर सकता है कि कौन भारतीय है और कौन भारतीय कैसे बोलना चाहिए। अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट को नहीं मानते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी, इलेक्शन कमीशन को नहीं मानते हैं, तो फिर क्या चीज़ को मानते हैं? आज जो राहुल गांधी ने कर्नाटका का एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी को उठा करके जो बात रखा है, वो कर्नाटका के जो नेता है, वहाँ के जितना भी सीनियर लीडर है, सबका कहना है कि इतना बकवास बातें आज तक किसी सीनियर लीडर ने प्रेस में बात नहीं किया है। कोई तथ्य नहीं, कहाँ से उठा करके बिना मतलब से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके रख देते हैं। हमको मालूम है वो नकली प्रेजेंटेशन किसने बनाया है, लेकिन मैं इस छोटे छोटे हर मुद्दे पे अभी नहीं जाऊंगा। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन, चुनाव आयोग, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, इनको बार बार अटैक करना, प्रहार करना ये सही नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं कि अगर आप इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को अटैक करता है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट या जुडिशरी को अटैक करता है, तो आप सीधा सीधा लोकतंत्र को ही हमला कर रहा है।
पहली बात है कि राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आज तक उन राज्यों में कोई भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं किया जिन राज्यों में उनको जीत मिली है। ये जो मीठा मीठा गपगप और कड़वा कड़वा थू थू, यह जो सिलेक्टिविटी है कि हम सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच दिखाएंगे, यह भी भारत की जनता देख रही है। आप हिमाचल में जीतते हैं तो उस समय तो नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया, उस समय तो आप नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहीं ना कहीं फर्जीवाड़ा किया। जब आपको 99 सीट मिलती है लोकसभा के चुनाव में, तो आप पूरे देश में सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और कहते हैं देखो हमारी जीत हो गई। कैसे? यदि देश का लोकतंत्र हार गया
Now shifting our focus to the state of Uttarakhand, Indian Army has intensified the relief operation in the cloudburst hit the Rali region of Uttarakhand. The area remains cut off due to the landslides and road breaches is what we're learning. Over 225 troops including engineers and medics are on the ground right now. Mi-17 helicopters are on standby. Evacuation are currently underway is what we're learning. 70 civilians have been rescued so far from that area, but dozens are still missing. The army is racing against time to restore connectivity and save lives. This is as far as the Uttarkashi cloudburst is concerned, and army is on a rescue mission as you can see on your screens. This is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories. At 6, we'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
प्योर मसाला।
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space. Play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. R4 Sports and Republic TV, good luck.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV this evening, getting you breaking news updates as we speak. There are key meetings underway in the national capital following what the US President Donald Trump did last evening by imposing additional 25% tariff. That and more coming up in the next few minutes. Here are the headlines on Republic this Thursday evening. In an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, Benjamin Netanyahu backs India amid the Trump tariff war. Abhishek Kapoor speaking to Netanyahu in Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu reveals the big Gaza plan, says Israel will intensify its war in Gaza to finish Hamas. Says it will be handed over to a governing body. Reports suggest Russian President Vladimir Putin will be in India. Dates yet to be announced. Some reports saying it could be as early as end August.
और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message following Donald Trump's tariff announcement. Says India is ready, says he is ready to pay a personal price if required. India has officially paused a procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-8I maritime patrol aircraft as of this month. Poseidon on pause.
Filing of nomination for the election of the Vice President of India will be till 21st August. The polling will be held on 9 September and counting will be held on same day evening.
Union Minister Kiran Rijiju says NDA leaders have authorized Prime Minister Modi to pick the alliance Vice President candidate. Elections on the 9th of September.
यदि देश का लोकतंत्र हार गया, यदि देश का चुनाव आयोग ही कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है आपके कहने के मुताबिक, तो आप सेलिब्रेट किस बात का कर रहे हो कि हम जीत गए हैं?
BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi over his charge against the Election Commission, terms it irresponsible. Getting in breaking news now, there's a meeting underway in the national capital where Union Minister Piyush Goyal is meeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah. The meeting is currently underway between two leaders, coming on the back of Donald Trump's tariff announcement. Piyush Goyal has been personally monitoring the negotiations into the India-US tariff talks. Now, he's been monitoring it. Negotiators have done at least 6 to 7 rounds of travel between India and America in the last few months and years to ensure that we reach a deal. But given what has happened in the last few hours, India is weighing its options. The Prime Minister earlier today said that he is ready to pay a personal price if required. The Prime Minister sent a strong message this morning saying that he will not let down India's farmers. And on the back of the announcement that was made by the US President Donald Trump and the Prime Minister's message, key meetings underway in the national capital. Chandrakala, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line for more details. Chandrakala, is there an agenda set for this meeting?
Well, the point is, a very crucial meeting is currently taking place. Crucial meeting is currently taking place. The Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is meeting the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. There could be a lot of issues on agenda right now, because it's coming at a very, very crucial time. Because as far as the tariffs threat are concerned, a very, very crucial meeting underway. We have seen that there are a lot of meetings are currently underway to and fro. Of course, the NSA is in Moscow. The Russian president would be visiting India, and yes, now Piyush Goyal, the Union Commerce Ministry, is currently meeting Union Home Minister. There are a lot of issues might be on the agenda. Of course, tariff is one such issues that would be discussed, and more details are awaited as far as the outcome of this meeting is concerned. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Getting in some more breaking news now. Let's go across straight to the next bit of update that we received of the process that is underway to elect the next Vice President of India. The Election Commission notification is in, along with the dates, rules, processes, and each side is preparing their game plan. All right, getting in details now. The NDA has passed a resolution leaving the decision to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and JP Nadda, the BJP President. The name of the Vice Presidential candidate will be announced on the 12th of August. This is the breaking news update that's come in. 12th of August, the NDA candidates' details are likely to be made public. And August 21st, which is a Thursday, is the last date of nominations. 2 weeks from now, the polling for the vice presidential candidates is scheduled for the 9th of September. Election Commission has issued a notification for the 9th of September to the office of the Vice President. The elections will be held with crucial dates now out, kick-starting the nomination process. The NDA already making its plan clear that it is up to the Prime Minister and JP Nadda to choose the candidate. Getting in more breaking news updates now. Rahul Gandhi will be staging a protest tomorrow against Karnataka Election Commission. This comes after the poll body hit out at Rahul Gandhi over his claims and demanded a declaration. He will be leading the Vote Adhikar Yatra in Bengaluru's Freedom Park tomorrow. It's another claim that has been made by Rahul Gandhi, and we are getting in details of him leading this protest. This will be against the Election Commission. The rally itself will be in Bengaluru, and this comes after the Election Commission, that is the Karnataka Election Commission, countered Rahul Gandhi's claims, demanded a declaration, saying failing which they could even take action if required against Rahul Gandhi. He will be leading the Vote Adhikar Yatra in Bengaluru's Freedom Park tomorrow. This is the big breaking news update that's come in. Abhishek is joining us live. Abhishek, can you take us through what the Karnataka Election Commission has said in its response to Rahul Gandhi's claims? Specifically to Rahul Gandhi's claims, this evening we had a statement. If you can take us through that.
The Election Commission has written a letter to Rahul Gandhi to prove all the allegations that he had made against the Election Commission. And they've also sent a format in which Rahul Gandhi is supposed to do a signature itself. And also, they're demanding the proof of people who are indiscriminately deleted from the voter list is what we have seen as of now. On the other hand, Rahul Gandhi, along with the KPCC, are protesting, staging a protest against the Union government and the Election Commission of India and the state in Freedom Park tomorrow. So the Election Commission on the preset of the protest which will be happening tomorrow at the Freedom Park have very clearly mentioned that Rahul Gandhi openly made a claim against the Election Commission, which is far from truth, and that is the reason as to why they've sent a letter to him, and also they have indeed asked for the proof for the allegations that he had made against them as of now. Niranjan.
Yeah. Now, specifically talking about the claims made by Rahul Gandhi, and he's spoken about over 1 lakh bogus votes. What are these allegations? Which constituency? If you can take us through the specifics of the claims that were made.
Well, with respect to the allegations that had been made by Rahul Gandhi, it was also endorsed by DCM DK Shivkumar, mentioning the constituency where Dr. C.N. Manjunath has become an MP from as of now. On the other hand, we've also seen Mahadevapura constituency at one point. So there are various other primary constituencies where Rahul Gandhi and DCM DK Shivkumar has claimed not only in Lok Sabha elections but also in the state elections or the Vidhana Sabha elections, the Election Commission has been taken into consideration to manipulate the votes as of now, and we will also have to see what Rahul Gandhi targets on as of tomorrow. The entire KPCC leaders, along with the cabinet of ministers, are expected to attend this Freedom Park's protest against the Election Commission. We will also have to see which state and which constituencies these leaders from Congress are targeting as of now. Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those details. Let's move on and get you some more breaking news updates right now. That's the big news that Rahul Gandhi will be protesting tomorrow. He's been countered already by the Election Commission. Let's move on now. BJP National President JP Nadda condemned the attack on West Bengal leader of opposition Shuvendu Adhikari. The attack that took place on his convoy in Cooch Behar by Trinamool Congress goons. Allegedly, now he said that the brazen assault took place in the presence of the state police. A telling reflection of the complete breakdown of law and order under Mamata Banerjee's government. Nadda adding that this wasn't just an attack on an elected representative, it was an attack on democracy itself. Nadda, the BJP president, also spoke to Shuvendu Adhikari, taking stock of the situation in Bengal, adding that if the leader of opposition in West Bengal isn't safe in the state, one can only imagine the plight of the common man. Getting in some more breaking news now. Chinese spokesperson hitting out at the Western media narrative calling for deepening trust with India. Chinese spokesperson saying on Twitter that Western media creating a narrative of whom will replace whom between China and India, which has little substantive value. In today's complex landscape, it makes far more sense for both nations to deepen trust, manage disagreements, foster consensus, widen cooperation and promote peace in Asia globally. A bit of an irony, the fact that it's coming in from China, the same country which also, by the way, backed Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. Backed Pakistan, gave away our key details of air defense to Pakistan in its fight against India, in its war against India. And even our top generals have gone on record to say that we weren't just fighting Pakistan. We were also fighting China. A bit rich for China to say this, but yes, nonetheless, Beijing, for now, targeting the West as India, along with China, faces high tariffs. In fact, there have been a series of statements made by the Chinese side in the last few hours. Let's take you through some of those statements. The Chinese embassy spokespersons earlier also said in India, the Chinese embassy that is saying that the Chinese embassy and the Chinese people back India's strong stand against Trump's 50% tariff move. adding that India's sovereignty is non-negotiable and that it can't be manipulated by others. A bit rich once again, because China should be the last one talking about India's sovereignty, given its attempts, its expansionist tendencies, and what it did in Operation Sindoor, during Operation Sindoor, backing Pakistan, giving key details of Indian locations to Pakistan, tactical support to Pakistan. The Chinese spokesperson in this particular post, hitting out at Western media narrative, calling for deepening trust with India. Chinese spokespersons on Twitter saying Western media created or is creating a narrative of who will replace whom between China and India, which has little substantive value, and that in today's complex landscape, it makes far more sense for both nations to deepen trust, manage disagreements, foster consensus, widen cooperation, promote peace in Asia and globally. Irony of ironies, as China also gets into the mix. Of course, India stand is clear that we don't need anybody's help. We don't need anybody's support. We are on our own and can fight this on our own. Like the Prime Minister said, he's ready to pay a personal price if required. Kritat is joining us. Kritat, so ironic, isn't it? China saying that India's sovereignty should be respected.
Indeed, Niranjan, and these are repeated statements coming in from the official spokesperson at the embassy here in New Delhi. And these are very surprising statements indeed, repeatedly also being made just hours after it was confirmed that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to visit Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperative Organization Leaders Summit. Now, it is also a very controversial summit because we saw earlier this year in the month of June when Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had went there, he had not even signed a joint declaration. Subsequently, EM Jaishankar had also visited for the foreign ministers meeting. It was very uncertain whether Prime Minister Modi would visit this summit, and the change of events happened yesterday, perhaps in the likelihood of the tariff war escalation, and India also showing signals to Washington that it is not the only trade partner that India has. India has a host of other partners, and strong messages being given throughout New Delhi with its resolute position in this manner, where NSA Doval is also in Moscow, and now Prime Minister Modi also signaling. So warm messages coming in from Beijing. Also, as a matter of fact, because Beijing was very keenly looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's attendance at the SCO as well, something would have been very wrong if PM Modi had not visited there, because SCO again is a grouping made by Shanghai Cooperative Organization that is from Beijing in China. And if Indian Prime Minister going there after Galwan, after 2018 clashes, is a big statement coming to the United States as well, that it's China plus one policy if it goes for a toss. India and China do have strategic partnerships in a manner in which that both of them can function well together. It is only a matter of time. So these statements clearly showing that warm welcome is expected in Tianjin. Whether it brings out something or not is something that remains to be seen, as India has been resolute in its position of protecting national interests against Chinese interests as well. However, a lot of trade negotiation talks also expected to take place there.
Okay, thank you for that, Kritat. Stay with me. In what has also come as a surprising diplomatic development in the last few hours, and it's been a week full of surprises. Russian President Vladimir Putin has named the United Arab Emirates as a likely venue for potential talks with US President Donald Trump. Speaking today, Putin has also emphasized that Russia has many friends willing to help facilitate that meeting. And this is very interesting. It's getting more and more interesting there. Putin talking about UAE. In fact, he's meeting UAE leadership. Putin hinted that his meeting with Trump could take place in UAE. And he also said that this could be under the hospitality of a friend, UAE president. He added that the meeting with Zelensky is possible if certain conditions are created. So he's open to meeting Trump in the UAE. He's also saying he's willing to meet Zelensky if conditions are created. And he's banking on friend UAE. Now, UAE has been, of course, hosting talks between different countries in the efforts to bring peace in this part of the world. And it's very interesting. It's also coinciding with the visit of the UAE leadership to Russia at a time when NSA Ajit Doval is also there, Kritat.
And indeed, it's a very interesting development. This will be the third country now getting involved in the mediation talks in the last 6 months that President Trump has taken office. It was first Saudi Arabia, remember, when President Trump went to meet Mohammed bin Salman, and subsequently there were talks held in there where for the first time US and Russian officials sat across the table face to face. Dmitry Peskov, Steve Witkoff, all of these people were sitting at that table. And subsequently the second round of talks between Ukraine and Russia was taking place in Turkey, in Ankara in particular, and Turkey had high hopes that perhaps it could play the role of a mediator. To no surprise that it was a failure for Recep Tayyip Erdogan in a manner in which that he failed to bring both Ukraine and Russians to the negotiation table. Remember, it was the eve of the talks in Ankara on which Ukraine had launched its longest range strategic bomber fleet of Russia that was attacked at various air bases. Subsequently, those talks fell apart. So now UAE is becoming the third player in this entire equation. As you rightly pointed out, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the president of UAE, is in Moscow today, and he is meeting President Putin. And this is a very significant meeting also because during the Middle East tour of President Donald Trump, UAE was also a very important stop where he was accorded a state visit. So perhaps there was some talks about UAE also playing a neutral party role in this entire matter. UAE in the entire region of Middle East is largely looked at as a very neutral country. It does not have clear alignments pro or anti any other country, which is why it is also, after the United States, it's India's second largest trading partner with about 8% of India's exports. And it also has very cordial ties with Russia, which is why the president of UAE is right now in Moscow. And if talks are ongoing, it is very significant because just yesterday, Steve Witkoff, the special envoy of the United States, who was also a key player in mediating the peace between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East, was dispatched to Moscow to have a chat with President Putin, as Trump has now imposed a self-imposed deadline of about 48 hours to 72 hours where he is expecting Russia to come to the negotiation table and announce a ceasefire. Obviously, a ceasefire is completely out of the question at the moment because no talks have been held in a manner in which both the parties can come to the table. But the latest breaking news update suggests that if UAE can become that place where President Putin and President Trump can sit across the aisle, or if Zelensky and Putin can meet, then it would be a historic shift in the 3 years of conflict in Ukraine that we have seen.
Thank you for joining us with those details. Let's get you some more breaking news updates now coming in. Back-to-back breaking news updates this hour as we run into prime time after Karnataka, Maharashtra EC, the Maharashtra Election Commission, has also now written a letter to Rahul Gandhi. Maharashtra EC has also asked Rahul Gandhi to sign a declaration. Maharashtra EC saying that Rahul must sign an affidavit over his claims of vote theft, and it can't just be shoot and scoot. The breaking news update coming in: the Maharashtra CEO, the Chief Election Officer, has put out a tweet, and we have details of that tweet with us. And that letter written, addressed to Rahul Gandhi, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha. The Maharashtra CEO saying that the electoral rolls were prepared in a transparent manner as per the Representation of People Act, and the instructions were issued by the EC. And as far as the conduct of elections is concerned, election results can be questioned only by a way of election petition before the Honourable High Court. It is understood that during a press conference you had mentioned about the inclusion of ineligible electors and exclusion of ineligible electors in the electoral rolls. You're kindly requested to sign and return an enclosed declaration or oath along with name of such electors so that necessary proceedings can be initiated. And they've also given a templated declaration that Rahul Gandhi will simply have to put a signature on and share. Not sure whether he will do that, but that's happened. Here's what Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has said on this issue.
मैं तो आपको ये बताऊंगा 40 लाख नहीं 70 लाख 1,186 वोटिंग बूथ है। एक जगह पर अगर 70 वोट बढ़ते हैं तो 70 लाख होते हैं, और लाडली बहना के वजह से ये वोटिंग परसेंटेज बढ़ा है, किसानों के वजह से बढ़ा है, लाडले भाइयों के वजह से बढ़ा है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने तय किया था महायुति को हम विजयी बनाएंगे, क्योंकि महायुति ने 2.5 साल 3 साल में जो काम किया है वो काम जनता के हित में किया है, और इसलिए उनको विपक्ष के नेता के नाते उन्होंने ये अंदाज लगाना चाहिए, और उन्होंने ऐसे जो आरोप लगाते हैं उसको कोई भी एविडेंस नहीं है, कोई भी अर्थ नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है। और बार बार उनको जब वो जीतते हैं, लोकसभा जीत गए तभी उन्होंने आरोप नहीं लगाया, तब चुप बैठ गए। तेलंगाना जीत गए तब उन्होंने आरोप नहीं लगाया, तब चुप बैठ गए। कर्नाटक जीत गए तभी आरोप नहीं लगाया, तब ठीक था चुनाव आयोग। और इसीलिए मैं ये कहूँगा सबसे बड़ा चुनाव आयोग का जो स्कैम हुआ था, वो मनमोहन सिंह जी जब प्रधानमंत्री थे तब बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का वोटिंग राइट छीन के लिया था। वोटिंग राइट छीन के लिया 6 साल के लिए। ये बहुत बड़ा घोटाला था, बहुत बड़ा स्कैम था, और जिसने ये किया उसको इन्होंने मंत्री बनाया और बख्शिश दिया।
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि न महाराष्ट्र में वोटों की चोरी हुई है, न देश में कई वोटों की चोरी हुई है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल जी के दिमाग की चिप चोरी चली गई है और उनकी हार्ड डिस्क करप्ट हो गई है। इसलिए लगातार वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं, गलत बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं और जनता का मैंडेट चोरी कर रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र को चोरी कर रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र ने दिया हुआ फैसला चोरी कर रहे हैं। और उनके फिगर भी बार बार बदलते हैं। पिछले समय का महाराष्ट्र में 75 लाख वोट बढ़े, अब का 1 करोड़ वोट बढ़े। महाराष्ट्र के वोटों के बारे में पूरे फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स के साथ हमने उनको जवाब दिया, उसके ऊपर वो जवाब नहीं दे पाए। इसलिए झूठ बोलकर अपनी हार को दबाने की कोशिश कर रहे, कवर फायरिंग कर रहे। उनको पता है आगे भी हारने वाले हैं, तब वो बोलेंगे मैं तो पहले कहता था। इस प्रकार की कवर फायरिंग उनकी चल रही है। और मैं सबसे ज़्यादा आश्चर्यचकित इस बात से हूँ कि आप लगातार ये कहते हो कि वोटर लिस्ट में गड़बड़ी है, वोटर लिस्ट में गड़बड़ी है, तो फिर बिहार में कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिवीजन को आप क्यों विरोध कर रहे हो? अगर वोटर लिस्ट में गड़बड़ी है तो वोटर लिस्ट सुधरेगी कैसे? कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिवीजन से। हम मांग कर रहे हैं 10 साल से कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिवीजन कीजिए, डी नोवो वोटर लिस्ट तैयार कीजिए, हम मांग कर रहे हैं। और अब जब चुनाव आयोग वो कर रहा है तो आप उसका विरोध कर रहे हो। सच बात तो यह है कि उनको ये पता है कि उनकी पार्टी का वजूद खो गया है और अपना वजूद वापस पाने की जगह भारत की लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं को बदनाम करने का काम ये उनके माध्यम से हो रहा है। मैं इसका धिक्कार करता हूं और जनता उनको वापस अगले चुनाव में इसका सबक सिखाएगी।
Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has reiterated demand for statehood restoration in Jammu and Kashmir, adding that the centre must fulfill promises made after abrogation of Article 370.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब 370 के मामले में अपनी सुनवाई के बाद फैसला किया, उसमें 2 अहम बातें हुई। एक, इलेक्शन के हवाले से उन्होंने कहा था कि इलेक्शन होने चाहिए, उस पर वक्त की सीमा लगाई गई। उन्होंने स्टेटहुड के हवाले से भी बात की, कहा कि जम्मू कश्मीर में एज सून एज पॉसिबल, बल्कि जितनी जल्दी हो सके जम्मू कश्मीर को रियासत का दर्जा वापस मिलना चाहिए। तब से लेके अभी तक बहुत वक्त गुजर गया है। हम चाहते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द जम्मू कश्मीर दोबारा रियासत बने।
Okay, we have some more breaking news now coming in. Spain has likely decided to indefinitely suspend its plans to purchase the US-made F-35, the same F-35 which was stranded in India's Thiruvananthapuram. Spain is looking for alternatives and has decided to drop the plan as per a report. The local Spanish media is saying that the contacts for the acquisition of the 5th generation US stealth jets have been halted. Instead, the Spanish government is now looking at European options such as the Eurofighter Typhoon, upcoming fighter combat air system, saying that they will not look at F-35 anymore and that it's going to be a major setback to the US, a major setback to not just America but also its manufacturer Lockheed Martin, the US defense giant. Spain had earlier shown interest but has decided to drop the plan once again with America. Many nations are now thinking twice before doing business with America, also thinking twice before buying the F-35, which was stranded in India for almost a month. All right, we'll take a short break on this edition of the news. We are coming back with that video of Ajit Doval. He's in Moscow and he confirmed that President Vladimir Putin of Russia could be in India soon. We have that coming up. And India saying, bring it on. The Prime Minister saying he's ready to pay the price if required. But he will not give in. He will fight for farmers. That's coming up.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity, Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप play it your way
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
play it your way
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना
इंडिया जोना.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो.
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You watching the Thursday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shah Vincent. Tonight on This is Exclusive, I come to you with an explosive story. The story of David Coleman Headley and Tahawur Rana. The emails that we have spoken about all this while. Finally, it's out. Details of what really transpired soon after the Mumbai attacks. All of this and another big story that we are going to get to tonight is how multiple racist attacks have been reported in Ireland. Tonight, for the first time, the victims speak out. This and much more in this edition of This is the Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Republic tracks exclusive details from the USA extradition order on Tahawur Rana secret email trail accessed. At least 5 racist attacks on Indians in less than 2 weeks in Ireland. Indian embassy issues advisory. During an exclusive conversation with Republic Prime Minister Netanyahu backs India amid Trump's tariff war. Prime Minister Netanyahu reveals big Gaza plan, says Israel will intensify war in Gaza to finish Hamas. Hamas will be handed over to a Gaza will be handed over to a governing body. Russian President Vladimir Putin will visit India, dates yet to be announced. Ladies and gentlemen, Tahawur Hussain Rana and David Coleman Headley forged a sinister partnership that facilitated one of the deadliest terror attacks in modern history, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks of 2008. Rana, a former Pakistan Army doctor, and Headley, a Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Toiba operative, collaborated to provide logistical and reconnaissance support for the attacks that killed 166 people. Their decades-long nexus rooted in extremist ideologies enabled a sophisticated conspiracy which has been exposed globally. But tonight, our focus is on an email trail. Shocking revelations that have been made in the US extradition order for Rana. In fact, let me first take you through the details of the extradition order and what is the email all about. Shocking revelations have emerged from the US extradition order of Tahawur Rana. Court documents reveal a secret email account set up by Tahawur Rana and Headley for direct, secure communication that was used to orchestrate their deadly plans. Among the targets, India's prestigious National Defence College, with Rana explicitly telling Headley it was on the hit list, aiming to kill more high-ranking Indian military officers than in any India-Pakistan war. And right here is the part that the court stressed on, that their aim was to target the NDC, National Defence College, to unleash more casualties than any war that India has fought against Pakistan. And a special email account was actually set up to exchange the intel information while planning this attack. Let me now take you through the details of Rana's and Headley's secret email. In fact, this finds a mention in the court order, and Rana exactly told Headley that a secret communication to be done. I'm going to now take you through the details of this extradition order. On your screens right now, we're going to take you through the highlighted portions of the order, which categorically makes a mention of why the email was basically created and what was the purpose for it. And this is what has been documented in the extradition order with regards to how exactly all of it was planned. Page number 14 of the extradition order basically makes a mention of how this was actually created and what they essentially wanted, and I'm quoting from the order that has now been accessed. This is what they say. In September 7, 2009 conversation, Rana told Headley that the same Lashkar terrorists who had been killed in the Mumbai attack should be given Nishan-e-Haider. I'm going to come to that in a short while from now. Before that, this is what they had essentially discussed. 7th of September 2009 conversation, Headley and Rana discussed targeting the NDC. Rana told Headley that he was already aware that the NDC was a target, and they talked about how such an attack would kill more high-ranking Indian military officials than previous wars between India and Pakistan. Moreover, Rana had set up an email account for Headley so that Headley could communicate securely with Rana, and Headley transferred a list of Chabad houses in India, including the ones he was supposed to conduct surveillance on, into the email account for security purposes. Now let me tell you what happens now. Headley, the LAT's scout, transferred a list of Chabad houses across India Jewish cultural centers at Delhi, Goa and Pushkar to Rana via this email account, marking them for potential attacks. What's even more alarming is that Rana was in direct contact with Headley's Pakistan-based handlers, including Lashkar-e-Toiba operatives and ISI-linked figures like Major Iqbal, coordinating logistics and reconnaissance. Now, we bring you these exclusive details straight from the US extradition order, which has now been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, we are going to first put out the graphics again, where we are going to take you through each of the details of it. One, how exactly this list was actually given, and secondly, why exactly was this secret email account created. Now, Rana basically used all of this to communicate with him. Not just that, he also used the same very account to actually communicate with Headley's contacts who were based in Pakistan. They were essentially the co-conspirators of the 26/11 attack, and Rana was directly in touch with the co-conspirators in Pakistan. Now, that's the secret email that we have essentially accessed right now. We're going to take you through some more details of it. And in a short while from now, I'm also going to put out another set of details that we have got with regards to what was Headley's recommendation for the terrorists who were involved in the 26/11 attack. And what is it that they had to tell Rana? In fact, Headley had recommendations, and those recommendations I'm going to put out in a short while from now. First, to my colleague Shambhavi, who's joining us on this broadcast. Shambhavi, the US extradition order makes a mention of a secret email account that was basically created by Tahawur Rana, and this was used to communicate with David Coleman Headley as well as the co-conspirators in Pakistan. Walk us through the details that you have.
Well, with the details, we can understand that Rana was not just helping in this case. Rana was actively, very deeply involved in the planning of the entire case, because apart from the details that were shared through this email, there were also allegations that he helped opening a fake business set up so that Headley could come and travel to India, could contact without raising any kind of suspicion. He was in contact with a lot of Pakistani-based terror handlers as well, and was preparing a very safe bed for Headley, email-wise, even for him to travel. So this gives us a very strong point also for India to strengthen the point of UAPA and IPC against him. And this shows that how deeply he was involved in the planning, and was not just a helping hand or helping aid for Headley. Back to you.
Shambhavi, in fact, we have also got another breaking news with regards to what is it that David Coleman Headley had to tell Tahawur Rana in those email conversations. In fact, a recommendation was actually made to award those who participated or those who were involved in the 26/11 attacks, the 9 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. And this is what David Coleman Headley had to tell Tahawur Rana with regards to the fact that Pakistan's highest military honor, that is Nishan-e-Haidar, to be given to the 9 terrorists who were involved in the 26/11 attacks. We're going to put that out in a short while from now. While I'm coming back to you, Shambhavi, with regards to the details coming in as to why this is very significant, because this was not out in the public domain. The very fact that David Coleman Headley and Tahawur Rana were basically exchanging certain documents and certain coordinates through a secret email account that was actually created, and that secret email account was largely used for plotting the 26/11 attacks.
Well, definitely, because this puts in perspective, because still now, even when the courts were prosecuting, or the trial was going on in relation to Rana, the court was actually looking at Rana with the sections as well as a helping hand in this entire conspiracy, how he was just aiding Headley into making a safe way through India, and making sure that he does not raise any suspicion when they were actually looking after all the high-profile locations like Taj and Oberoi. And through that email, we have also got to know that several places in Delhi, Delhi, Goa, Pushkar were pointed out as future terror targets. So this entire revelation that Republic is bringing to you makes this perspective very, very clear that Tahavur Rana, along with David Headley, Tahavur Rana had a very active role in this entire case. And even today there was a hearing about Tahavur Rana contacting his family because he is now seeking that he wants to engage a private counsel for his case. He was still now represented by a legal aid counsel, and he has said that now he wants to appoint a private counsel, and the court today has allowed him to contact his family in order to make this arrangement. So this is a very big revelation in pointing out how active of a role he had in this entire conspiracy. Back to you.
Well, just a quick recap before we move on to the other big story, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we've put out details of a secret email conversation that took place between the 2611 conspirators, that is David Coleman Headley and Tahavur Rana. The two emails that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that this was basically done with a direct intervention of the co-conspirators in Pakistan. In fact, the extradition order makes it very clear that a meeting took place in Dubai, and not just that. The co-conspirators who were from Pakistan, those who have been linked to Tahavur Rana, traveled to Dubai, and thereafter this email account was basically created so that secret communication can take place between Tahavur Rana and the co-conspirators who were based out of Pakistan, and a direct communication to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in Ireland demands our and the government's immediate intervention. A wave of brutal, racially motivated attacks targeting Indian nationals and those of Indian origin has sent shockwaves through Ireland. From Dublin to Waterford, Indian professionals, students and even children have faced unprovoked assaults by teenage gangs, often accompanied by racial slurs. Imagine the ordeal you face as a parent of a 6-year-old when your child comes home traumatized, assaulted, her hair pulled, and she being subjected to racist abuses. And why? Because she is Indian. This is the state of affairs for the Indian diaspora in Ireland, and tonight the cases we bring you may be only some, while many others go completely unreported. Ladies and gentlemen, 19th of July, a 40-year-old Indian man assaulted and stabbed in the face in Dublin. He happens to be a sous chef, and that's Lakshman Das, who's going to join us in a short while from now. He was attacked by 10 teens based on false accusations that were leveled against him. On 27th of July, a 32-year-old data scientist was attacked by 6 teenagers in Dublin. Victim Santosh Yadav suffered a fractured cheekbone. In fact, it turns out that on 4th of August, an Indian origin cab driver was hit with a bottle by 2 men, once again in Dublin. And this is what he was told: "Go back to your country," slogans that were hurled at victim Lakveer Singh. These are some of the incidents that have taken place. 4th of August, a 6-year-old Indian origin girl verbally and physically was assaulted. Joining us tonight is Lakshman Das, who's joining us from Dublin. Lakshman जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए. आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि पिछले कई दिनों से लगातार भारतीयों के ऊपर अटैक हो रहे हैं. आपके ऊपर भी हुआ. आपकी कुछ तस्वीरें हमारे पास हैं, हम उस तस्वीरों को भी चलाना चाहेंगे. लक्ष्मण जी, सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, ये हुआ कैसे?
मैं सुबह 4:15 बजे घर से निकाला. 11 किलोमीटर जाना है मेरे को ड्यूटी. मैं इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक से जाता हूँ, एवरीडे जाता हूँ. मैं यहाँ पर 21 साल से रह रहा हूँ. तो होटल पे जा रहा हूँ ड्यूटी. उस टाइम 3 पीपल तीन जना रास्ता में वो खड़ा था. तो उसके बाद उन्होंने क्या किया, रुकने के लिए बोला. रुका तो मेरा हैंडल पकड़ लिया. हैंडल पकड़ के फिर उन्होंने मेरे को पार्स वगैरह खींचने लगा. तो फिर मेरे को उस टाइम ही मारा. हेलमेट पड़ा था तो बच गया, अदरवाइज मेरे इधर सारे मारा. बहुत ही देखो मेरा आंखें हैं, तो सारे शरीर पे बहुत ही आघात किया. फिर मेरा साइकिल, मेरा पैसा था 2600 यूरो. फिर मेरा पार्स, मेरा एटीएम कार्ड, मेरा सारे पासपोर्ट कार्ड, 2 मोबाइल, मेरा साइकिल भी लेके चला गया। फिर मैंने उनको अटैक किया था, भागा, देखा कोई नहीं है। फिर वहां से 2.5 किलोमीटर दूर मेरा होटल है, मैं वहां पर गया। फिर पैदल जाके फिर मैंने उनको बोला ऐसे सिचुएशन, उन्होंने तुरंत एम्बुलेंस बुलाया। एम्बुलेंस आ गया, गार्दा आया नहीं, गार्दा यहाँ पर पुलिस को बोलता है। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने क्या किया, मेरे को हॉस्पिटल ले आया। हॉस्पिटल ले आने के बाद तो 2-2.5-3 घंटा बाद गार्दा आया, पुलिस आया। पुलिस आने के बाद उन्होंने सुना क्या बात है, क्या हुआ, लेकिन अभी तक कोई एक्शन लिया नहीं। तो आप लोग कुछ कीजिए प्लीज, आप लोग अगर कुछ कीजिए, अदरवाइज यहाँ पर बहुत ही मुश्किल है। हमारा भारत के पास सबके ऐसे अटैक हो रहा है अभी तक।
लक्ष्मण जी, मैं आपसे यही जानना चाहूंगा क्योंकि वहां के पुलिस को कई कंप्लेंट्स गए हैं, वहाँ के दूतावास ने ये भी एक एडवाइजरी जारी की है जहाँ वो कह रहे हैं कि भारतीय जो वहाँ पर है उन्हें चौकन्ना रहना चाहिए। आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जब आपने कंप्लेंट दर्ज की तो पुलिस का क्या कहना था, क्या आपको कोई सहायता मिला?
उन्होंने कुछ सहायता नहीं दिया, कह रहा हमने तो तुम्हारा जहाँ पर हुआ वहाँ के तो हमने नहीं है, हम आया हॉस्पिटल की इस तरफ से। तो उन्होंने मेरे को बोला जो ठीक है, मैं रिपोर्ट लिया, रिपोर्ट लेके उनको दूंगा। तो मैंने बोला मेरा सामान मिलेगा क्या? कह रहा मैं देखता हूँ, 1-2 दिन टाइम लगेगा। मतलब 1-2 दिन क्यों टाइम लगेगा, मेरा फोन अभी भी चालू है, आप फोन कीजिए। तो इनको बोला मैंने, तो उन्होंने बोला कि जे अभी हमारे हाथ में कुछ नहीं, हम उनको सौंप दिया, उन लोग जो करेगा उन लोग करेगा। तो अभी तक मेरे पास कोई मैसेज नहीं आया, कुछ नहीं आया, मेरा तो मोबाइल भी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है। मैं अभी अपना रास्ता में चलने में भी बहुत डर रहा हूँ। मैं अभी मेरा फ्रेंड के घर पे ले आया मेरे को, जे नहीं तुम इधर रहो, मेरा फैमिली भी यहाँ पर नहीं है, इंडिया गया।
लक्ष्मण जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपको कोई सहायता नहीं मिला, तो और एक सवाल करना चाहूँगा, जब आप दूतावास से में आपने बात की होगी, उन्होंने क्या कहा? क्योंकि लगातार ऐसे अटैक हो रहे हैं, सिर्फ अकेले आप नहीं, कई सारे दूसरे भारतीय हैं जिन पर ये अटैक्स हुए हैं, और क्या कारण कहा जा रहा है और ऐसे लगातार क्यों हो रहा है?
उन्होंने दूतावास से आया, आके मेरा को जस्ट डिटेल लेके गया, उसके बाद और कुछ नहीं। रात को है किसी डॉक्टर को भेजा था, वो कैसे है पूछने के लिए, कैसे है।
इसके पीछे कारण क्या है? लगातार आप पर, आपके सहयोगी पर बाकी भारतीय उनके ऊपर भी लगातार अटैक हो रहे हैं, इसके पीछे कारण क्या है?
हम मेहनत कर रहा हूँ, हम काम कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पर, हम घर खरीद रहा हूँ, इसीलिए इनको शायद मेरा ब्राउन कलर से थोड़ा से उनको वो है, क्योंकि जितना हुआ सारे ब्राउन का ही हुआ।
आप कह रहे
जितना अटैक हुआ सारे ब्राउन का ही हुआ।
और जब आप पुलिस को ये कहते हैं तो उनका क्या कहना है? क्या आपको एंटरटेन नहीं करते? क्या आपके कंप्लेंट को दर्ज नहीं किया जा रहा है वहां पर? और क्या आप वहां के पॉलिटिशियंस या पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज या किसी से आपने बात करने की कोशिश की? क्योंकि कई भारतीय आयरलैंड में इस वक्त है और वो लगातार हमसे संपर्क करना चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये देखा जा रहा है कि कोई किसी को भी मदद नहीं मिल रहा। इसीलिए हम चाह रहे हैं कि आपकी आवाज सब पर पहुंचे और इसको आगे बढ़ाया।
सही बात है, बिल्कुल सही बात है, आपने जो बोला बिल्कुल सही बात है। कोई हेल्प नहीं कर रहा है यहाँ पर, कि मेरा एक भाई है यहाँ पर, उन्होंने, वो भाभी ने भी जाके मिनिस्टर से बात किया, बात करने का बाद भी कोई वो नहीं निकला, कुछ नहीं किया उन्होंने। गार्दा भी कुछ नहीं कर रहा, उन्होंने लिख के ले गया। अभी 2 दिन हो गया, मेरा बुरा हाल है, मैं बाहर नहीं जा सकता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को डर लग रहा। अभी मेरा घर पे कोई नहीं है, मेरा घर लॉक करा हुआ है। अभी मेरा दोस्त के घर पे मैं आके रह रहा हूं।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा लक्ष्मण जी, क्योंकि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं इस वक्त और कई लोग हमें देखते हैं। आप इस वक्त क्या कहना चाहेंगे सरकार को और साथ ही साथ आयरलैंड के उन अथॉरिटीज को जो आपकी कोई मदद नहीं करना चाह रहे?
इंडियन गवर्नमेंट, आयरिश गवर्नमेंट सारे अगर जोर लगाएगा तो सब ठीक हो जाएगा। मैं भी यहाँ पर 21 साल से रह रहा हूँ, लेकिन पहले इतना नहीं होता था, आजकल इतना बढ़ गया ये चीज। लेकिन हमारा एम्बासी वाला भी थोड़ा से हेल्प करेगा तो ये थोड़ा से जान आएगा, अदरवाइज नहीं आएगा।
आप कह रहे क्योंकि ये लगातार ये ऐसे कई सारे इंसिडेंट्स हुए हैं, क्या आप लोग सब मिलकर कोई जॉइंट कंप्लेंट फाइल कर रहे हैं इस वक्त?
कर चुका हूँ, सब कर चुका हूँ। इससे पहले भी एक को नंगा करके मारा उन्होंने। उस टाइम भी हम लोगों ने क्या किया, सारे इकट्ठा हुआ, कुछ नहीं सॉल्यूशन हो आया, कुछ सॉल्यूशन नहीं आया।
और आप कह रहे हैं कि आप अपने घर भी नहीं जा पा रहे, आप अपने घर पे नहीं जा रहे, आप अपने दोस्त के घर पे रह रहे।
हाँ जी, मेरे को कुछ भी हो सकता है ना, मेरे को कुछ भी हो सकता है।
लक्ष्मण जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। नाउ दिस इज अ मैटर व्हिच needs to be escalated. In fact, it turns out that the Indian embassy in Ireland has now issued an advisory saying that they are asking all Indian citizens to be careful, to be cautious. Thank you very much, Lakshman Das, Indian origin chef based out of Dublin, who was attacked recently. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a super exclusive coming in from the Israeli Prime Minister himself. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken to Republic's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor on how Israel has helped India during Operation Sindoor. And the well-established mechanisms have worked really well during Operation Sindoor. In fact, Israel's help was well documented, but this comes in from the Prime Minister himself, who says that they are seeking enhanced defense partnership with India. There was a briefing that took place. In fact, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor directly spoke to the Prime Minister, seeking his views on various matters. In fact, the Prime Minister has also spoken about the tariff war, the ongoing tariff war, where the Prime Minister has essentially indicated that India and the United States of America are solid partners and they have much in common, and perhaps they would be able to find a solution in the coming few days. We'll go across to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who's going to join us in a short while from now, getting us more details from Jerusalem. In fact, this meeting with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took place a short while back, where he's spoken on various issues. Now, some key takeaways of that meeting that senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor had with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. First, with regards to Israel's participation during Operation Sindoor. This is what the Prime Minister had to say, that well-established mechanisms that has really helped in the Operation Sindoor, and the fact that it is time to enhance the defense partnership with India. That's first news break coming in. The second news break is with regards to what next in Gaza. The Prime Minister is abundantly clear on this particular issue, saying that there is no question of annexing Gaza, but he also makes it very clear that he's not handing it over to Hamas, or for that matter, the Palestinian Authority. In fact, he says that an international governing body should actually look into this matter, ensuring that Israel is safe and the war essentially would continue. Now, that's a global headline that has been given by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking to senior executive editor of Republic TV, Abhishek Kapoor, with regards to the Gaza plan that has now been cleared. Let's also take you through the other important issue, that is with regards to the tariff war that has broken out between India and United States of America. In fact, it turns out President Trump's tantrums, which has been perhaps much criticized by countries across the globe, but now the Prime Minister himself here has taken a strong position, saying that India is going to act on its national interests. Now, this is something that has been welcomed by Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that India and United States of America are solid partners and they have much in common, and perhaps that is the reason why they would be able to find a solution very soon. Now, this comes at a time that United States of America's extremely close ally, that happens to be Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now making this particular comment with regards to how exactly would it go forward. First, bringing in this exclusive is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us from Jerusalem. Abhishek, you've had a long chat with the Prime Minister. First to you with regards to, there has been much that has been spoken about the pressure that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is undergoing right now, as far as internal politics is concerned. What was the body language like of the Prime Minister? How confident is he that he'll be able to pull this through?
He was very supremely confident, Shawan. We spent about 45 minutes with him. And Bibi Netanyahu, as he's called here, King Bibi, as he's called by his supporters, he believes that they have to do a quick job of finishing off whatever remains of Hamas, and then they are good to go. Essentially, the Israeli government under Netanyahu believes that they have a job to do, which is to finish off all the military capacity that's there with Hamas, and then to hand over the administration of Gaza. In fact, he used the opportunity of his interaction with the team of Indian journalists to make an international headline. He said, we are not in the business of annexing Gaza. We are not in the business of occupying Gaza. We are, in fact, going to be just making sure that Hamas is not controlling the levers of power there. And once that's done, we get the hostages back, and then we can give the administration back to whosoever the international community come together and decide. It just cannot be Hamas, and it cannot be, of course, a Palestinian Authority. Apart from that, anyone, the Gazans, if they, and he gave an impression that there is, in fact, a strong resentment against Hamas amongst the people of Gaza, and then maybe they might take over. So he was very confident, supremely confident, to give answer to your question, and he believes that they might not take too much of time. So I think he was allaying those Western fears that this war might continue indefinitely. He said that we are going to do a quick job of it. In fact, it can end tomorrow if Hamas so wants, which is by completely demilitarizing themselves and giving up all arms and handing over hostages. Peace has to happen on Israeli terms, not on the terms of Hamas. That's the bottom line.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. Abhishek's detailed reports will be put out in the coming few days. In fact, he's gone through various aspects and how exactly has Israel really responded. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of Aerocity, Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
smartphones to your smart televisions, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Trump's tariff war has been making the headlines and Prime Minister Modi has roared back. India has said, bring it on. In fact, it has been made very, very clear by New Delhi by the statement, India does not submit to its bullies. We are also keeping our focus on the chess sensation Divya Deshmukh. Stay tuned for the exclusive conversation with her. Not just this, we were in a rather disturbing incident. A 6-year-old Indian origin girl was subjected to brutal racial attack in Ireland. This is another case coming in of racist attack on Indians in Ireland. Last but not the least, the submarine, the Titan submarine that imploded 2 years ago, killing all 5 people on board. There are some explosive revelations coming in as far as that Ocean Gate is concerned, most glaring ones being that the deaths were completely preventable. We'll get you all this and more in this edition of Trending with me, Rakshita. The star was after raising the tariffs on Indian imports by an additional 25%, bringing the total to 50%. US President Donald Trump issued a warning about potential secondary sanctions against India over its ongoing oil trade with Russia. In fact, Russian oil is, of course, inviting the penalties, but also there are other roadblocks in the trade deal. And 25% reciprocal tariffs plus 25% of additional tariffs. So it makes to a total of 50% tariffs on India. Take a listen into what Donald Trump said after he was asked about the 50% tariff.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sharp rebuttal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi set the record straight. He made it amply clear that India does not bow down to its bullies and it sure does not take the threats lightly.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
The nation first, no compromise is the message. US has cited India's direct and indirect oil imports from Russia as the major reason of doubling down with an additional 25% tariff from the initial 25% that was announced earlier. And when confronted with the reality of how US tariffs are skewed against India, while other nations like China are getting a free pass, Trump was again at a loss for words.
Sanctions. You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary.
And now this is not the first time, viewers, that Trump has been, or at least appeared, clueless when it comes to the questions asked on this duplicity. In a pointed exchange just yesterday, a journalist had highlighted India's claim that the US continues to import Russian uranium and fertilizers while criticizing New Delhi for buying Russian energy. Now, Trump looked completely clueless. He claimed, I don't know anything about that. We'll get back to you on that. The motor-mouth Trump was in fact quick to flip and just move on.
That the US imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that. Yeah, please.
Being joined by market expert Ajay Bagga on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir. A very good evening to you. And this is, of course, Donald Trump once again at a loss of words. We just saw he is just threatening. He's trying to be a trader as that he has been for the longest time, bargaining so hard, now threatening secondary tariffs. India, for the first time we see such strong language has been used by the MEA in its response, and now the Prime Minister that nation comes first, the farmers come first, no compromise. What do you see could be happening next?
Well, with India, I think we'll have to negotiate hard. We'll have to negotiate out of the headlines backstage with Trump. It's not an easy negotiation because, what the EU, Japan, South Korea have offered, zero tariffs on US goods coming into their countries, plus promises of buying huge amounts of US energy, US weaponry, and third, promises of investments. Now, slowly, as people are looking through the headlines and coming on the detailing, they're realizing those investment dollars are not there. The EU is made up of 27 European countries. Those countries are not willing to invest in the US on a sovereign basis. They are saying our companies will decide where to invest. US has already claimed 90% profits from those investments, but those investments themselves are a mirage. So when this comes to implementation time, you will find a lot of problem. There's a lot of exaggeration rhetoric in terms of how these deals have been announced. And as you go into the detailing, you will realize that a lot of it is undoable. One small example, the EU energy bill is about $75 billion. And they have signed up with Trump to buy $750 billion of US energy fuels over the next 3 years. Now, where will that get used, and why will they buy such a huge, enormous amount, more than their requirements? So those are the things that need to be looked at. It's good India has stayed very steady. India has been very statesmanlike, very factual, and we are replying from the formal channels instead of using informal channels. We'll have to just stick to this approach, and eventually something good will come out of this.
Mr. Bagga, India has struck back with the words, as you said, with formal channels. Do you think, in trade-wise, is there a scope, or is it a possibility, or India can afford to levy retaliatory tariffs?
I don't think that's needed because, the broader relationship is strong with the US. We should not go down the path of retaliation. However, I'll give you one example, which earlier in the day you were breaking the news, that Spain is not going to buy F-35s. So that is going to hit the US straight because, remember, Spain said that we don't need to invest so much in our defense. We never took part in World War II. We are a neutral country on the edge of Europe. We are not threatened by the Russians. We don't want to buy 5% of our GDP when we have to spend so much more on other things like housing and retirals and education, health. So, but Trump forced them into taking a 5% of GDP budget on defense, and then he's trying to make them buy American goods for it. So it's, the entire Europe has been really forced into that you start spending 5% of your GDP on defense, and who's going to supply those defense equipment? The US. Now, Spain is fighting back with that F-35, and this is the broader issue. It's not only the Russian oil. Once we solve for Russian oil, suppose next week Trump and Putin shake hands and he says Putin is the greatest guy and I have led to peace, I am getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Will Trump stop the tariffs? He will then say, why are you buying Russian defense equipment? Yes. When US Iron Dome is there, why are you buying S-400s? We are going to buy 6 more batteries of S-400s. We are going to jointly produce Sukhoi 57s, the latest generation fighters from the Russian stable, where they're giving us the technology, the engine, everything. Unlike America, where we have to really watch and see if there is a kill switch in those defense equipment. So this is not going to end.
Yes.
This will continue.
Right, sir.
And yes.
Right, sir. Mr. Ajay Bhagwat, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV with your thoughts on that story. We are being interrupted by breaking news coming in from Canada right now. In less than a month, there has been a firing. Another firing reported from Kapil Sharma's Surrey Cafe. Second time this month, in less than a month, in fact, viewers, attack on Kapil Sharma's Cafe in Canada's Surrey. Breaking news coming in, Indian entertainment star, Indian comedian and actor Kapil Sharma. Once again, his cafe has come under attack in Surrey. At least 6 bullet holes have been found in the damaged and destroyed windows of the Caps Cafe, as it's called. And police yet to share details of the latest shooting, but they are on the scene investigating. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Viewers remember just a few days back he had opened up on this. He shared a video responding to the situation, and he in fact also thanked the mayor and the police in Surrey for the protection, for standing up to the violence he had written in that post. But this is coming in right after that video as well. So second time in a month, in less than a month, Kapil Sharma's cafe attacked in Canada's Surrey. And remember, there was a Khalistani angle to it back then. There was the Khalistani group that was Khalistani terror group that was behind it and had claimed responsibility for the attack on Caps Cafe. And now we see there's another firing, another attack on Kapil Sharma's cafe. And this is the breaking news we have. The first one, of course, came few days ago, and we are getting in more updates on that. Viewers will try and get you more updates. The first firing happened on the 10th of July, and several gunshots were heard back then as well. 10 bullet holes were visible back then in the damage that was visible. And now once again we see that there is another attack. So viewers, we see that Khalistanis have been given a free run in Canada for the longest time. Back then, the responsibility was taken on that 10th of July attack. We do not know who's behind this one, but earlier it was a pro-Khalistani terror group. And in fact, Pannu had also issued a threat against Kapil Sharma. Back then it was Harjeet Singh Laddi who had in fact claimed the attack. He's of Babbar Khalsa International. This is another attack in less than a month on Caps Cafe. So breaking news coming in. That video of course showed how a man was relentlessly firing at the cafe. This time again what we understand is from an eyewitness, Bob Singh, who lives in the area. He had called the police and he called 1130 news radio, and he said that he heard the shots. He heard the shots, he heard the firing, 5 or 6 shots, and then the police had arrived. So that's the breaking news. This happened on 85 Avenue, Scott Road, 85 Avenue and Scott Road. And it's the second time in less than a month that the cafe owned by India's Indian artist Kapil Sharma has become the target of firing. And this is the second time 6 bullets fired in this latest attack on Kapil Sharma's Caps Cafe. Remember, the investigation has been underway. Even he was questioned at his Mumbai residence also by the police on this. All right, viewers, so we'll try and get you more details. It's just preliminary information that we're getting in right now from Canada, Surrey. And we do not know if anybody has claimed responsibility about on this attack. But this is, again, a cause of big concern, how these elements, radical elements, have been given a free hand. And clearly they have no fear of law and order in Canada, that they attempted to do this for a second time in less than a month. And there could be another gang behind it. We do not know yet. And this is the breaking news we have. Again, he has been targeted, And what we know is that he's being threatened also. There could be a possible hand of the Lawrence gang. And we'll get you more details on that. But that's the breaking news. We have Kapil Sharma's cafe has been targeted yet again in Canada's Surrey for the second time in less than a month. A cafe owned by India's Kapil Sharma becoming the target of fire. And this is the breaking news we have right now. So second attack on Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada. And as I was saying, that it could be Lawrence Bishnoi gang behind it. He has taken responsibility. He's claimed responsibility in the latest. We are getting confirmation that Lawrence Bishnoi gang has claimed responsibility for this attack. So Lawrence Bishnoi gang, remember, issuing threats to Kapil Sharma. And now the gang has also targeted him. And this is another incident, viewers. We have seen Lawrence Bishnoi gang targeting Punjabi artists for a long time now. And this is another example. Now we have another attack on Kapil Sharma. Of course, he's also a Punjabi entertainer. He's also been part of the Punjabi industry, but he's now a Bollywood face as well. But this is, viewers, Lawrence Bishnoi gang that has claimed responsibility. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang that is based, of course, in... Okay, we have the video, the fresh video coming in on your screens, viewers. The video of this latest attack on Cap's Cafe on your screens right now. This is... I think there is some commotion, there is some movement. It could have been taken from inside a car, I believe. This is the breaking news. You can see latest video, there's an emoji, there's a sticker that is actually obstructing the view with whoever has permanently, of course, shared this video. But you can see that Lawrence gang has claimed responsibility, threatened Kapil Sharma yet again. And he has also said that if he does not listen to them, then the next attack, they are insinuating the next action will be taken in Mumbai. In Mumbai, where Kapil Sharma resides with his family. He has been threatened now by Lawrence gang that it takes responsibility and for the firing that took place at Kapil Sharma's cafe in Surrey. And Mumbai police, of course, is verifying this post. And the threat that was posted on social media says that this time that the target will not be Canada, but Mumbai. And this is the latest video that has been shared. Right now, we cannot, of course, verify this video ourselves. We are giving this disclaimer that this is a video that has been accessed. We cannot verify this. But Lawrence Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility, claiming responsibility of this attack on social media. Mumbai police is, of course, verifying this post. It was in touch with Kapil Sharma earlier. Mumbai police had questioned Kapil Sharma, had in fact sought an inquiry also a few days back on the first attack that happened on the 10th of July. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Gursimran. Well, we see Lawrence Bishnoi gang once again targeting artists, and this time this second attack has been claimed. You know, this second attack has been claimed by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and now they go on to say, it goes on to say that the next time he is going to be targeted in Mumbai.
See, we have seen that in the past also there have been direct links that has emerged between the gangster terrorist network and this time the Lawrence Bishnoi. Last time it was the Babar Khalsa International that was being operated from Pakistan was behind this. Wadawa's name surfaced during the investigation that was called in, and it was very clear that immediately it was done so as to instill a sense of fear and also to ensure that these artists, those who are from the Bollywood or from the India, they do not operate without the will of these terrorists and the gangster groups outside the country. That attack was aimed at that, and there was a video that was also shared by the operatives of Babar Khalsa International that operates from the Pakistan on the behest of ISI. And now Lawrence Bishnoi is claiming the responsibility of the second attack that has been carried out on the Surrey cafe of comedian and the Bollywood actor Kapil Sharma. This has happened for the second time in last 30 days, which raises a serious concern that how in in Canada, the situation has become, because a couple of days ago, we have seen these Khalistani radicals. They try to open their so-called embassy in the Canada, and now once again the Indian actors and their assets in Surrey, they have been targeted. This means that they are getting a free run. That is a serious concern, and time and again has been taken up with the Canadian authorities. Now coming to this very incident that has been reported, because the first incident has a clear link with the Babar Khalsa International that is being operated by...
We also have Daniel Bodman, who's joining us from Canada right now. You know, Daniel, we've seen these threats being issued by the gangs, especially the Khalistan-linked gangs as well. The first attack was before less than a month, claimed by Babar Khalsa International terrorists, and this time again, the gangs had the audacity. They have no fear of law and order. In Canada, at least, we understand that a second attack has been attempted at Kapil Sharma's cafe. Daniel. Daniel, can you hear me? Am I audible to you? All right, we'll try and connect with Daniel in just a bit from now. But yes, as Simran was telling us, that it's not the first time we've seen these gangs, especially the Khalistan-linked terror groups, also functioning, flourishing in Canada, flourishing on Canadian soil, and targeting Indians, targeting Punjabi artists as well. And this is a second attack in less than a month that has happened in Canada. The same cafe attacked in less than a month in Surrey, and bullets fired at Cap's cafe. You can hear the second videos, audio is up, you can hear the bullet shots, the bullets being fired, and Lawrence Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility, has claimed responsibility, and it has also gone on to threaten that there will be a second attack. It will be a second attack in Mumbai, it says. So this is a threat on social media being verified by Mumbai police. Okay, I'm told that Daniel Bodman is back with us. Daniel, well, we clearly see that it's a free run given to the gangsters in Canada. Second time in less than a month, Kapil Sharma's cafe attacked.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big test for the Carney government. It was his first major sort of Khalistani quasi-terrorist attack. Remember, the Babar Khalsa International did take credit for the first one. And when they saw that the response of the city was not to try and arrest the person who put the video out of them committing the crime, but their big problem was the fact that social media, things were being shared on social media, and crimes were being shared on social media, not that crimes were being committed in real life. So because they didn't try and stop the criminal in real life, turns out more crimes happened in real life than did that. So this is pretty much the state of Canada, where we have a laissez-faire attitude towards crime. And when serious crimes do happen, we try and find the least serious element of the crime to focus on. In this case, you know, posting pictures on Facebook instead of shooting live ammunition at human beings. So this is the end result, is the Khalistanis obviously saw that there wasn't any action taken against them, so they went back and committed more violence, it looks like, right now. So that's the state of Canada. The criminal deterrence is nearly non-existent, and the Khalistanis kind of feel like they have full reign to commit extortion, violence, intimidation, you name it.
Yeah. Right. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, viewers. So we'll keep a close eye on the developments from Canada, but right now it's time to bring this edition to a conclusion, bring this edition of Trending to an end. And with that, time for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो, इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India,
Prime Minister Modi to visit China on 31st August to attend SCO summit, his first ever visit after Galwan clash. Focus back on UPA era Augusta Westland scam as Christian Michel breaks his silence in his first ever exclusive interview.
Took place in India. I was very much aware of everything. There was no corruption in India. The corruption took place in Italy. It's an Italian political affair. It's got nothing to do with India.
Christian Michel makes huge admissions of corruption on interview with Republic TV. As rescue operations continue on war footing, it's race against time in Uttarakhand, where 50 people and 8 army jawans are missing. Rahul Gandhi attacks government amid tariff war, alleges Prime Minister Modi silent on Trump because of inquiry on Adani. Amid India versus United States tariff war, National Security Advisor Doval in Moscow expected to hold high-level talks. And US President Donald Trump sends special envoy to Moscow as he targets India for trade with Russia.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
Pujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated
India-US tariff war. Opposition mocks India's ties. India takes stand for farmers. Opposition busy politicizing. Why it's time for the nation to unite against tariff war. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Modi gives most direct message on tariff war.
व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Trump questioned on hypocrisy. India fights back. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
कुछ करना है, आगे बढ़ना है, बस देश के लिए मेडल लेके आना है। कभी कभी वो चीज़ मिस भी करते हैं। हाँ यार, क्योंकि हमारे हिंदुस्तान की मिट्टी में ही बहुत कुछ है। और लाइक बनना है, और मेहनत करनी है, मजबूर करना है कि नहीं कि हाँ इसका और बनता है, देने के लिए देना चाहिए इसको। मेहनत ही आपकी वो की है जो हर दरवाज़ा खोलेगी।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight at 8 p.m. tonight, as the Prime Minister says, we will never compromise. Is Rahul and company, are they working against national interests at this time? At 9 o'clock tonight, why I completely agree that this is a great opportunity and not a challenge for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Republic, and you're with me on The Debate this evening. And ladies and gentlemen, there is only one leader in the world, just one world leader, who is standing up directly and completely against the bullying of Donald Trump. And that world leader is our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. Trump says that our trade barriers are obnoxious. He says our trade policy is obnoxious. He used the words obnoxious. And Narendra Modi says in response that do not forget, Mr. Trump, the welfare of our farmers is our top priority. Donald Trump threatens us and says if you buy Russian oil, then I will accuse you of selling it in the open market. And Narendra Modi says that I know that personally I will have to pay a heavy price for taking on America, but I'm ready for it, for my people, for my farmers, and for national interest. Trump says that I warn you, Mr. Modi, I'm going to bring in 25 plus 25%. I'm going to put in 50%. Almost illegal tariffs, but Modi says again, you can do what you want, but I'm going to take care of my dairy farmers, our fishermen, and our farmers, our agriculture. I'm not going to compromise on it. And then Trump threatens again. He says, Mr. Modi, you're going to see a lot of secondary sanctions, keeping the option of taking it beyond 50%. And Narendra Modi says, farmers, fishermen, and my dairy farmers, I'm not going to compromise on any of them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what our Prime Minister said.
अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
And that message makes us so proud. Ladies and gentlemen, every day this battle goes on between Narendra Modi and Donald Trump. We increase in global stature because we in India are standing up to American bullying like no other country in the world has, and not just today, since World War II. The whole world is used to American bullying, and that is why the world is taking note. CNBC Global says India isn't flinching, why Trump is misreading India's tariff playboard. CNN International says Trump wants India to stop buying Russian oil. Why is Modi saying no? The Chinese CGTN says India-US trade turmoil, when a bargain becomes an extortion. Suddenly the Chinese are also on our side. And the Financial Times says Narendra Modi tells Indian farmers he will never compromise in the face of 50% tariff. Even if grudgingly, the entire world, from Europe to the United Kingdom, to China, to Japan, to Australia, are watching what Narendra Modi is doing with admiration. And that is what matters the most. But why is Narendra Modi doing it? I thought that today I would tell you a little bit about why Narendra Modi is doing it. And I'm not getting carried away with it, but he is doing this for our future. Why is Narendra Modi taking a hard line on it? Because he has a long-term view of not just India as Viksit Bharat, but the terms on which India will become Viksit Bharat. It is very important for us to read Narendra Modi's mind. Narendra Modi essentially is analyzing the present situation and saying, my steps today will decide the future generation's economic future. He can be very transactional, and he can say, I'll compromise with the Americans, I'll protect myself politically, but no, he's not doing that. And this is not just about oil from Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about affordable oil. This is a bigger battle. This is MAGA versus MEGA. Make India great again. And Narendra Modi is quite clear that India's interests are not up for negotiation. Let me explain why this is MAGA versus MEGA. Why what Narendra Modi is doing will have direct benefit to the people of the country. Because what Modi has said is that I'm going to go with a conscious, farmer-led, fuel security, seed sovereignty, and rural life dignity-led approach. I need to protect the interests of my people. Of course, it is about Russian oil. 33 billion saved in energy costs. Where does this money go to? This money is a direct beneficiary, ladies and gentlemen. The direct beneficiaries of this money being saved are you and me, are us. Narendra Modi is also saying that should I really allow Donald Trump to push through genetically modified crops into India? Now, if GM soya or GM corn is even allowed for animal feed, it will give multinational corporations a backdoor entry into Indian agriculture. GM crops would be pushed to small Indian farmers through multilateral patents, and Indian farmers will be controlled by multinational companies. Modi is saying long-term ramifications are very dangerous. If leveraged to their full potential, our agricultural sector can grow on its own. It can grow to potentially about $1.5 trillion by 2035. So Narendra Modi is saying, I'll take the hit now, but we will make our Indian agriculture strong in the medium term. And finally, the dairy industry. This is 5% of our total GDP. We contribute proudly over 25% to global milk production. We support 80 million rural households. Now, Narendra Modi can compromise with Donald Trump. and say, I will give up on our interests. But he knows that Indian dairy has the potential to challenge the world rather than allow American dairy manufacturers to open literally the floodgates into India. So all of the things that Narendra Modi is doing today by standing up to Donald Trump in the medium to long term will have tremendous benefit for the people of India. And we must have nothing but absolute admiration for a Prime Minister who says, I'm willing to stake myself. I'm willing to take the personal hit, the political hit, but I will not budge to what Donald Trump wants me to do. How different this approach is from the approach of Manmohan Singh and the Congress, when they just bent helplessly before the American administrations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a proud moment for the country. At this moment, we also need to choose what kind of leader does this country need. Leaders are tested in tough times. As they say, as the cliché goes, tough times don't last, but tough people do, and tough leaders do. We have a direct contrast today between a Narendra Modi who says, every Indian is saying we are set to become the third largest economy. Every leader, despite their hesitations, must work in national interest and awaken the spirit of Swadesh, self-reliance among the people. That is one choice you have today. If you're watching this, choose. On the other hand, you have Rahul Gandhi, who says, India, we are a dead economy. We're a completely dead economy. And he made that comment, ladies and gentlemen, in the Indian Parliament, in the premises of the Indian Parliament. How disgraceful is that? How opportunistic is that? And how desperate is that? You need to choose, ladies and gentlemen. And we ran a poll as well. We ran a poll, we asked people. And we are continuing to ask people, out of the leaders, who do you support? Which side, ladies and gentlemen, do you support? Do you support the approach of Narendra Modi, who says, we have a long way to go, we must therefore fight hard right now? Or do you support Rahul Gandhi? And I can only tell you this, it's Modi, Modi, Modi by a long margin. So this is the time for you to choose. What kind of a leader do you want to have? Do you want to have a nation-first leader? Do you have an India-first leader? Or do you want a leader who says that India is not even a nation and that India is a dead economy? The fact is, viewers, Modi baiters, Modi haters may not like it, but Narendra Modi, through this fight, which will be remembered for decades, the MAGA versus MEGA fight, some people say, but no. It is the fight of despotism, Trump style, through the approach of statesmanship of Narendra Modi. The whole world, the whole global south is standing quietly behind Narendra Modi and saying, this is the way a leader of a nation must respond. No theatrics, no anger, no bad language. But he is leading today Brazil, which is 50% tariffs, Laos, 40% tariffs, Myanmar, 40% tariffs. All of them are looking up to Narendra Modi, saying he eventually will win. And in the victory of India is our victory as well. How proud should we be about this situation? Ladies and gentlemen, I feel proud. Do you? And therefore I say to you tonight, it is time for you to choose. Do not believe the doomsday scenarios, the anti-India positions of Rahul Gandhi. Remember all the things he said during COVID. How Rahul Gandhi said during COVID, COVID is going to, the third wave will finish India. We will be, every wave will be bigger. India will be destroyed. But we know that we actually supplied 70% of WHO's total vaccine stock. And we were the fastest country to achieve the 100 million vaccination mark. We defeated the lies of Rahul Gandhi at that point of time. We can do it again. And that is why, in conclusion, I would say I totally agree with the ex-CEO of Niti Aayog and former G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant, when he said that Trump has provided us once-in-a-generation opportunity to take the next big leap on reforms. This crisis must be fully utilized. How right you are, Mr. Amitabh Kant. I thank you for your leadership when you say that. It is time for us to choose, therefore. It is time for us to choose between the anti-Trump position of Narendra Modi and the government of India. 95% of you are backing Narendra Modi, and the Trump-leaning position of Rahul Gandhi. Only 5% are. I'm sure by the end of this debate, that number will be 100-0. I thank you for listening to me tonight. I will be grateful if you can forward this video to as many people as possible so that people see the truth. The tough times will pass, but we must be on the right side. Let's debate.
Threatened and rattled, Donald Trump is targeting the world's fourth largest economy.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Trump wants to push genetically modified crops into India. While the negotiations continue between India and United States, India has categorically refused to allow genetically modified crops in agricultural sector. India has told the megalomaniac president, "We are not giving in to your tantrums."
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Modi government stand is clear. No compromise with farmers' interest. No compromise with dairy farmers' interest. No compromise with national interests. Bring it on. We are ready for it. Unfortunately, India's opposition has not been able to put up a joint front for the nation. They are back to their attack government and politicized template.
Well, this is pure and simple blackmail by America. Having said that, it's surprising that we've reached this spot where we can be bullied around by a superpower. Over the last 11 years, what we've seen, the track record of our foreign policy, the track record of our diplomacy, the track record of our Prime Minister's own initiatives abroad, the diaspora events and so on and so forth, everything was targeted at highlighting the Prime Minister, projecting the Prime Minister and his personal image, not the country's interests.
प्रधानमंत्री जी इतने कमज़ोर हो गए हैं कि अमेरिका जैसे नचा रही है वैसे ही नाच रहे हैं। अब आप सोचिए 50% टैरिफ होना कितना भारी देश को नुकसान होने जा रहा है, और इस पे कोई बात नहीं कह रहे ये लोग, सब लोग चुप हैं।
Segments like IT, especially IT related goods and services, pharmaceuticals and textiles will be badly affected. Exports will come down, and this is all because of the botched up foreign policy of the union government.
Despite the economic pressure, Modi government has stood tall and unflinching. But the opposition is ready to dance to Trump's tunes.
Trump is saying Indian economy is a dead economy.
Yes, he's right. I mean, everybody knows this, except the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy.
As a nation, this is the time to come together to protect our farmers, our economy, and our sovereignty. Can the opposition for once look at the larger picture and back Bharat instead of Donald Trump?
The debate tonight. tonight with Sanju Verma of the BJP, Patabika Ram Komar Reddy of the TDP. We have Abdul Razak of the Congress. We have Sunny Singh Ahluwalia, chief spokespersons nationally of the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Pulla Rao, pro-DMK. We have Rajat Sethi, right-leaning columnist, and Sanjeev Srivastav, senior journalist. I thank you all very, very, very much. Now, Dr. Ahluwalia, since the first time you're on my program, you see, this is when there are times of war, you stand with the country. When there are times of war, you stand with the government. When there are times of war, you stand with the Prime Minister of India. You don't stand with the President of the country which is threatening us. Why is the opposition being so opportunistic and being so short-sighted in your view?
No, according to me, that why India is going to give the price. Why are we giving the price just for purchasing oil from Russia? Is that a real reason? What will happen to our export? What will happen to our textile industry? What will happen to our spice industry? And what will happen to other things? Has a very good relation. Prime Minister Modi has a very good relation with Trump. Where is the relation? And why Trump is only targeting India? Why Trump is not targeting China or any other country? Why only India? Just to blackmail us? And one time we are saying that we have a very good relation with US. What happened in the war with Pakistan, the neighboring country? That time also US said what? Now my only question is, are we getting threatened because we are purchasing oil from Russia? Or there is some other reason of blackmailing country like India who has always stood with US? And this is not only for the US. See what is happening, how Trump is targeting and why he is targeting. When he has a close relation, just because of Russia we are being targeted, and what our Prime Minister and our big ministers are doing on it. They are saying that I am going to stand. The Prime Minister's statements clearly mention that I am standing with the farmers. What is formula he is trying to say? What advantages we are giving to the US and what disadvantages we are getting in return?
Dr. Ahluwalia, Dr. Ahluwalia, just 1 minute. Before I get Sanju to respond, I am very shocked at whatever you are saying, because I thought you would feel proud that you have a Prime Minister who tells Donald Trump that we are going to do what we want and we are not going to bow down to what you're saying. We will build a relationship with whoever we want.
No, what he's saying.
Don't you feel proud about
GTRI,
it? Did you feel? Doesn't that make you feel a little proud?
How this is proud? When our exporters go down.
No, this is a negotiation, Dr. Ahluwalia.
Will go down and we'll
Dr. Ahluwalia, I want to ask you. I want to ask you. Of course, China is not a democratic country, but I want to ask you. Actually, let me ask Razak. China is not a democratic country. But when in China was also threatened with 145% tariff by Trump, were there people in China saying that Xi Jinping is to blame? But in India, we will blame Narendra Modi for Trump's decisions. Why? There's no logic here. Razak?
Because Narendra Modi ji always says that we have a good relation with US. We are...
everybody thought they have a good relation with Trump, but Trump has gone mad nowadays. Isn't it obvious to you? He's gone crazy of late.
But still India went ahead and we did. Howdy Modi, Namaste Trump. Arnab ji, the opposition is always with the government when it comes to national interest. But will the BJP accommodate? Did we not warn Mr. Modi not to go ahead and meddle or interfere in their private elections? What happened to Namaste Trump? What happened to Howdy Modi? Why was all this done? Today we should accept that Modi Sarkar failed in its foreign policies.
This tariff policy of...
Since you are... policies.
The tariff policy of Donald Trump has come out in this term. The tariff policy of Donald Trump has come out in this term. What are you talking about? Why is your GK so bad? Now I want Sanju to come into this. On the sort of responses we are seeing of the opposition so far. Sanju, briefly.
Sir, this term or that term, it was the same Prime
This is not fair.
It was the same
I refuse to debate like this because I did not interject anybody when they were making their point. And you don't like me interfering. I expect certain courtesy when I'm talking. Are you done, Mr. Razak? Or if you have something more to say, you can go ahead. I will speak after you're done. Thank you.
Carry on.
Arnab, first and foremost,
there is a lag, actually, time lag.
I refuse to debate. You can have him speak. Because you will not, stop these guys from making and creating a nuisance. The moment Sanju Verma interjects, you tell me, Sanju, wait. Let him speak. I'm willing to listen to him today. Let him speak. Because he's full of anguish and angst. Let him make more points if he has some valid ones.
No, carry on, Sanju.
Carry
on. Why anger? What is there to be angry about? Come on. Please continue.
No, what do you expect me to do? You expect me to applaud for him?
Why am I getting dragged into this? Can we all start our positions? I'm just chilled out today. Relax. I am calm. Yeah.
Arnab, first and foremost, the audio is very bad. I don't know whether you're able to listen to me or hear me or not.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So now please, Mr. Razak, I heard you. Let me make my point and you can rebut me as much as you wish. First, in 30 seconds, I'm done with this entire reckless narrative by Rahul Gandhi saying Indian economy is a dead one. And on your show, I want to say that I had written an op-ed column, Indian economy is alive and kicking, which was tweeted by the official handle of the Prime Minister of India. I'm not trying to, curry some brownie points here, but let truth be told. India is the world's 4th largest economy today. Rahul Gandhi says it's a dead economy. We are the world's 6th largest stock market. Rahul Gandhi says we are dead. We have the world's 4th largest forex reserves. We have the world's 7th largest gold reserves. We are the world's 2nd largest steel producer. We are the world's 2nd largest cement producer. We are the world's 2nd largest motorcycle manufacturer. We are the world's 2nd largest smartphone market. We are the world's 3rd largest solar energy producer. We are the world's 3rd largest wind energy producer. And most importantly, we added 17.9 crore, 179 million jobs in the last 11 years, including 4.7 crore jobs last year alone. Thanks to Narendra Modi, Arnab, 25 crore people were uplifted from multi-dimensional poverty. And let me very quickly in 5 seconds tell you, the poverty rate in 2005 in India was 37.2%. In 2012, it was 21.9%. As you and me speak today, the poverty rate is 2.34%. That is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done for India. Let me also say one more thing. Rahul Gandhi said, Modi is scared of Trump because of the Adani connection. Arey bhai sahab, kaun sa Adani ka connection? 5 out of the 7 listed Adani companies had their IPOs done when the Congress was in power. And has Rahul Gandhi forgotten that in 2006 or not, at 10 rupees per square meter, only 10 rupees per square meter, that is what Adani paid for land for his SEZ. And who was in power in 2006? Was it the BJP? No. It was Sonia Gandhi's proxy government who allowed Adani to take a controlling stake in Mundra Port in 2005. It was the Congress government. And let me tell you one last point. Adani is only a charade. Actually, Rahul Gandhi is against our institutions. If you remember, before Hindenburg shut down, Rahul Gandhi said, Adani ko itna paisa diya hai SBI ne, SBI khatam ho jayegi. Adani ko itna paisa diya hai LIC ne, LIC barbad ho jayegi. And let me tell Rahul Gandhi, through Arnab Goswami's show, last year SBI posted a net profit of almost 71,000 crore, the highest ever in post-independent India, and LIC posted a net profit of 48,151 crore.
Okay, now, yeah, so I want to go back to the contrarian voices. Now, I want to understand Sanjeev and Pulla, that you can, just 1 minute, don't drone away. I would like Patabi, Reddy, Rajat Sethi, Sanjeev and Pulla on the windows, please. See, this is your moment, Pulla, Sanjeev, to say we are not anti-national. Because if you stand with, but you are going to lose this. You should say, no, Arnab, you are wrong. You've been calling all people anti-national, but we are with the government. We are not with Trump. We are not like the Congress party, which compromised before Americans. Sanjeev has been, I think he was with the BBC when Manmohan Singh kowtowed to the Americans and said that the India-Iran gas pipeline project, a strategic energy project, will be given up by India because of pressure on the US-India nuclear deal. He said it's too dangerous and we will not go ahead with the project. So the Congress party gave up on the project. And the strategic decisions in the Congress party's time were dictated by the Central Intelligence Agency or the CIA. And that was revealed not by me, but by Natwar Singh. So at this point of time, see how difficult it is to be the only country in the world, Sanjeev, to be standing up to Trump substantially, not through words, but through a substantial action. It is time for us to therefore take a slightly more informed position on which side we should be on. Sanjeev, what's your stand on this, please, Sanjeev?
Okay. So, one thing is that if I don't agree with your stand,
yes,
which you don't presume that I won't, but that doesn't mean that I'll be anti-national. I just don't like that sermon, but it's fine. That's your play and your show. The issue really is that I completely disagree with Rahul Gandhi. Indian economy is not dead by far. Yes, there is an issue with what Sanju Verma said, that Indian economy is not really alive and kicking in the sense that we have seen it over the last. It is right now a slowing down. There are problems with the economy, but those are domestic issues, local problems, and we'll tide over that as well, I'm sure. But the issue is, like when we reel out these statistics, we'll be the third largest economy soon. We have the 7th largest foreign exchange reserves. We have the 7th gold reserves in the world. And still US is treating like this. That is what embarrasses me.
Still what? Still
that is what
still
really
what?
makes me question.
Still what did you say?
What
still what?
No, sorry, let me complete.
No, just one minute. Do you, still
the US
Trump talks like this?
Still US and Trump
okay,
can,
so let me, 1 minute, just to
pause
right there.
Like this,
just to pause
that
right
we are today. Sorry, let me complete.
Just to pause. China is a much larger economy like us, than us.
I am not
No, China is a much larger economy than us. So, how does Trump speak to China? 1 minute, just 1 minute. You are making it look as if every intellectually congenital defect of Donald Trump is India's responsibility. It is not. Nobody takes responsibility in this world for Trump.
No,
1 minute. Sanjeev, let me go. Sanjeev, see. Listen to me. Be reasonable. Listen here. Trump is America's problem. How he talks, how he behaves, what words he uses. Nobody in the world in his right mind is responsible for it. I don't understand what is wrong with you guys. You guys are saying, why is Trump talking to us like this? Does he take our permission before talking to us like this? Did he take Xi Jinping's permission?
No, I never said that.
No. How are we responsible for how he talks? He's a badly behaved fellow. He speaks badly. He's rude. He's desperate.
I said something else. Why are you
blaming?
What did you say? Don't put words in my mouth. I never said, how is he talking?
What did you say?
I said, how is he that if we are so... Please allow me to say that if we are so great, if we are so important, if our economy is so good, we are so relevant to the world scheme of things, we are just, cat's whiskers, if you may, then why is Trump treating us like this, that we are today the highest tariff nation in the world?
No one
from US perspective.
Can I again a little bit, Sanjeev, I'll let Rajat respond to you, one line to you, listen. This is Trump's problem again, and we are not the highest taxed nation in the world. The total impact of these taxes would be 5% of the 800 billion or so business that we do with the US, given that pharma is exempt. So we are creating too much hype about it, one. Secondly, a month back, Trump had taken a month back.
Aren't we on the 50%
No, 50 is nothing. He took it to 200% with the Chinese. He took it to 200% with the Chinese. No, he took it to 200% with the Chinese.
It is right now 35% with China.
First of all, you are ill-informed.
Sanjeev,
you are absolutely ill-informed. Look at Brazil's tariff. Brazil's tariff is 90%. So you can't say that India is the maximum tariff cut. Second, this is no certificate being distributed by one global authority by the name of Mr. Trump. He is not the global daddy of the world. Okay, so let us leave it at that. He is not in a position to actually intellectually make a coherent argument. He was exposed today when an ANI journalist asked him, do you know that even you import? He doesn't know anything about how his own government operates, how the entire US economy operates. He has absolutely no clue. So let us leave him and do not expect intellect from him. My problem here and the topic of this discussion is the India's opposition's reaction. My problem here is that, I mean, you can piggyback on Trump one day and you want to call him a liar the other day in the parliament. You want to basically train your guns on his shoulders. You can do that. You can, take up your brownie points, political brownie points. To wits end, I don't care. My problem is that for once, can you be bigger nationalist than what you are?
Oh, yeah.
With even the government, can you actually position and say that, hey, I will tell you, government has failed. I'm not asking you to support the government at all. Say, but this is how I will try to defend my country. Can you as an opposition stand up and say that I will ensure that every single farmer is hand-holded and it's protected against such kind of a tariff war? We will go to every country and try to prove a point. There are ways in framing an argument, sir. There are always ways to take a greater nationalistic position on any problem that our nation faces. But each time it happens, be it the Operation Sindoor, be it terrorist attacks or whatever happens, your instinct is to take the least nationalistic position. That is my problem, sir. And you will not have answers to that.
And Pulla, if that was the...
Sorry. Mr. Sethi, are you, when you keep saying you, do you mean me or the opposition parties?
I mean the opposition, sir. The collective response that the opposition, the first instinctive response that comes from the naysayers. Do you qualify in that club of naysayers? Maybe, maybe not. I am not going to judge you, neither am I in a position to judge you.
Don't say do you. Do the opposition qualify? I don't think asking questions to the government is anti-national.
I think, okay, let me, Pulla, 1 minute, just so that we don't make this personal, I want Patabi to come in. Before that, Pulla. See, Pulla, let's all agree on one thing. That what Narendra Modi is doing today is a difficult thing to do. And let me explain why. Because there's a hell of a lot of American commercial interest on the other side. There is a lot of American pressure, American lobbying, American political interests, global lobbying that is going on. And it may sound very easy for you that Narendra Modi, of course, he will come up and say, I will support Indian dairy producers. Who else will he support? But in doing so, he's saying to America, I will not open the floodgates of the Indian market to subsidized American dairy, because if I do that, I will finish off Amul, I will devastate local pricing, I will wipe out small producers, I will destabilize one of the most important and successful schemes of rural livelihood in the country, which is dairy. And in doing so, he's saying, I am Prime Minister of India. I will not compromise. Now, you know, Pulla, if this was Manmohan Singh or Rahul Gandhi, they would have compromised by now. But it takes a leader of the strength, courage and leadership and personal confidence of Narendra Modi to say, I will not allow genetically modified soya bean or genetically modified corn or genetically modified anything to be used even for animal feed. I will not give the GMO multinational corporations a backdoor entry into Indian agriculture. I know they will fight me. I know they will put money against me. I know they will fund opposition parties. I know they may even fund the Congress party. They may support others, but I am willing to pay the price, but I will not budge an inch. Would the Congress party have done that if it was in power? Would they have done that? Did they do that during Volcker? Did they do that during oil for food scam? Did they do this during the US nuclear deal? Did they do it? Did they do it? They did not. They did not. They did not. They said, Mr. Bush, the people of India love you.
This position today. Why
the people of India love you.
To this position.
I dare you, I dare any political leader to have taken the position that Narendra Modi has today.
Everyone will take that position.
Nonsense, you didn't when you were in power.
No Indian politician has the opportunity to go against this position. It is an established position. It is a position which has been taken for the last 70 years. This is not the first time.
Really? Did you ever say no to GMO? Did you say no to GMO? Did you say no to GMO? Did you say no to GMO American dairy?
No.
Did you say no to them?
In India,
did you stand up to the Americans bullying you during the Indo-US nuke deal? Did you do that? Did you do that or did you give in? Did you give in? Did you give in? You gave in. You gave in then. So I don't trust you now.
Every politician supports this. Everybody supports this. It is not an independent, unique stand he has taken.
Of course, it's both independent, unique, and extraordinary.
Let me ask you one question. One question, please. You brought Mr. One is it is very worrisome when I saw Mr. Amitabh Kant say he has done nothing for 11 years. He says, now is the time for reforms. What was he doing for 11 years in Niti Aayog? What was he doing? He has left us exposed. He sat on that beautiful couch for 11 years. Now that he has quit, he says, it has not offered. So I am worried. I'll be very happy if our friends...
Pullarao-ji, you need not be worried.
No, let me finish, Baba. Let me finish one more minute.
Pullarao-ji.
I know you will. I respect you. I listen nicely.
Pullarao, one question to you from my side, then I'll be quiet for the rest of the program. Just tell me commonsensical question. Which party was in power when under American pressure, the US Indian currency was devalued in 1966? And tell me, what position did the Congress take at that point of time?
Okay, I'll ask you one question.
Why are you asking me a question? Answer my question.
I'll ask you one question. My question will give you the answer. My question will give you the answer. You said Manmohan Singh cancelled the Iran-Pakistan-India pipeline. You know why? Because Pakistan did not agree to TAPI, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline. That's why they cancelled.
Avoiding my question. Don't avoid my question.
That was the context.
Don't avoid my question.
I need to make a point here.
Don't avoid my question. Patabi Kumar Reddy is responding over TDB. Patabi, please. Patabi, let's go with the debate. Please, Patabi is responding. Pullarao, he'll listen to you.
Pullarao-ji,
Pullarao, you're losing tonight. You're losing tonight because you're backing Rahul Gandhi, so you're losing tonight. You know, the only thing worse than backing Udaynidhi Stalin is backing Rahul Gandhi.
For my friend, Mr. Patabi.
Yeah, Pullarao-ji, please kindly listen. See, Arnab, what I strongly believe today is India need not be a worried nation because of this tariff. Because India is now in a much stronger position under Modi ji. When you compare our situation till 2014 and what we are now, we have grown in leaps and bounds. We are one of the fastest growing economies with 6.5% GDP. And today, our exports have reached 825 billion, which was only 466 billion till 2013-14, up by 77%. The GDP of our country was only 106 lakh crore in 2014-15, whereas it is 331 lakh crore now in 24-25, 3 times more. The FDIs in 2013-14 was only 36 billion, whereas it had touched 81 billion in 24-25. The foreign exchange reserves.
Specific. No, Patabi, you're reading data, Baba. I'll give you the best data. I'll give you the best data.
Arnab, India is in a much stronger position today. The term that Rahul used, the term of dead economy, might have applied to their own UPA 1 and UPA 2 rules, but not to the government under Narendra Modi ji and NDA. These are all the facts. I'm reading out the facts. We are in a much better position today to deal with these kind of situations. And Modi ji is one of the strongest leaders in the entire globe.
I want to ask Sunny. I want to ask Sunny.
Look at the double standards. Look at the double standards of Trump.
Sunny, see, of late you have moved away. You have seen the light. You have understood the wisdom. And for whatever reasons, you have realized it is political suicide to go with the Congress, so you have left them officially. Congratulations for that, Dr. Sunny Ahluwalia. It's a very good decision. Better late than never. Now, having done that, why do you need to take you can be independent today. You don't have to oppose Modi for the sake of it.
No.
Do you think more people will vote for you if you oppose Modi?
No. It is that most widely traveled Prime Minister India ever had. He has been many times to US.
Are you jealous?
And he has again...
Are you jealous? You want to go?
We are proud that even after going so many times to US, the present relation is that the Trump is trying to put 50% of taxes on us only. So if he is moving so much to the same country and after saying that Trump Sarkar is war, and after helping every kind of things, it is not only India is getting worse. It is also that the things which will get exported, the business will go down. Even people living in US will get difficult times. But at the same time, the Prime Minister who had traveled to so many countries, but when you see at the relation... Now what relation you had that you had to start the Pakistan war when we were fast and we were trying to capture Pakistan? What was the reason that Trump directly tweeted and we have to agree to this? When we agree to everything of Trump, he is trying to put more taxes on us. I am not against anybody, but at the same time, I'll try to say that whatever Rahul Gandhi says, we don't care for that. But at the same time, whatever the Prime Minister says and whatever relation he says that we have a good relation with US, but what happens to the relation for getting a fuel from Russia? They are trying to put penalty on us. What kind of Prime Minister we have? This is called good relation or this is a bad relation? Tell me what relation this is.
भाई साहब तुसी बहुत कुछ कहता किसी ने कुछ समझ नहीं आया उनकी बारी है ये सुनन दी सिर्फ डिबेट च बोलना नहीं है सुनना भी पैंदा है डिबेट च सुनना भी पैंदा भाई साहब डिबेट च सिर्फ बोलना नहीं है तुसी बहुत कुछ कहा है तुसी बहुत कुछ सुनो डिबेट च सिर्फ बोलना नहीं होता डिबेट च सुनना भी
इतनी सुबह होगी कभी तो जागो मोदी भक्तों कभी तो जागो कितनी सुबह होगी कभी तो जागो मोदी भक्तों
चुप हो जाओ ट्रंप ने इतनी वफादारी दिखाने की थानू कोई जरूरत नहीं है शाम सो जाओ भाई साहब पड्डी गल्ला मैं सुनिया हुण मेरी गल थोड़ी सुन लो थानू मैं बड़ी विनम्रता दे नाल कह रही हूं
Can you speak in English?
I'm speaking Punjabi with my
No, but I want to understand. No, the whole country is watching, so I understand Punjabi, but please oblige us, thank you.
Yes. So let me just come back to the key point. I actually like the phrase by Rajat and I would like to borrow it. The global daddy. Yeah, of course. Trump is not the global daddy anymore. He never was. But, on a more serious note, I want to say this. For everybody out there who's lashing out at Prime Minister Modi, oh, he succumbed, he's caved in. Let us, look at three things just. Nobody gave Narendra Modi half a chance, but he consummated a free trade agreement called the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with ASEAN nations. Nobody gave Narendra Modi half a chance. He consummated a free trade agreement with Australia in 2022, but the big daddy of them all is the free trade agreement signed a few weeks back with United Kingdom, whereby our bilateral trade with UK will now go from $58 billion to more than $110 billion plus in less than 4 years. More than 75,000 Indians in the United Kingdom don't have to make any social security contributions.
Now we are all reading statistics out here. We are all reading statistics out here. I'll keep the debate more simple than that. I would like to ask. Go back to Sanjeev on this. Sanjeev and Pulla. You see, I want to understand. If your entire position here, Sanjeev, is why is Trump talking down to us, right? Your entire argument is if we are so important and if we have such a great relationship with America, why is Trump talking down to us? I'm sure that's a very political position you're taking. The more informed position you could have taken but chose not to take for reasons of your own understanding is that this is Trump's style of doing business. This is, in his own words, the art of the deal, where you raise the stakes, you talk down, and you expect that the other side sort of wilts. Now, in this case, India is looking back. So the nature of the conversation therefore changes. I can safely predict, Sanjeev, that Trump is going to be the one to climb down within 10 to 15 days. And if that happens, would you consider that to be India's success?
Of course I will.
So I think it's going to happen.
What is the doubt in this? I'll be most happy, and there is a possibility, of that happening, since he has given a 21-day window to impose these additional 25% tariff. He has given us a 21-day window in which he maybe, how can anybody read his mind, but in which time Trump may be hoping that he may be able to somehow coax
so in
or
that sense,
coerce
wouldn't you say therefore, Sanjeev, just to you again, wouldn't you then say that the unflappable response of the Modi government is ideal way to handle Trump?
unflappable response was a lack of choice for us. Now we have come out with a little, at least we have shown some spine and said that this is unjustified, unjustified.
At what point in your view did we not show spine?
Arnab, allow
the
me
statement of the MEA came day before yesterday.
Allow me
what is it? What is it? No, I would like to ask
day before yesterday.
Yeah, the statement of the MEA was clear. We continue to buy Russian oil. So I don't know which is the point of disagreement. What are you disagreeing with?
No, I'm just saying.
You're agreeing.
I am disagreeing with just one thing. What? That can you just listen now? Why are we so gullible and vulnerable? We take Xi Jinping to Ahmedabad and make him swings. We do all the jhappi pappi with Trump, and they take us for a ride from Galwan to being the back end of Pakistani army. China does that to us. And now this is what Trump is doing to us. So my question is, why are we so gullible at times?
This is not like Modi ji took Xi Jinping to Ahmedabad. It was also the other way around.
Like everybody else.
It was also that Xi Jinping took Prime Minister Modi to Wuhan. Diplomacy doesn't work on a prescriptive attitude that you are showing, sir.
That's fine.
There are strategic mind games which happen all the time,
doing?
And those strategic mind games are not discussed on television discussions like this. And of course, you are not privy to 99% things that the government of India and the decision makers are aware of.
They are discussed and implemented on the battlefield.
Do you even know how much our traders
Pakistan fought with Chinese weapon systems.
Allow me to speak. Sit on the hot chair before you pass a running commentary on diplomacy. It is a much more difficult game. Requires an application of mind. Requires an application of mind. It is not an easy task of an armchair critic sitting in and passing sermons on the entire government. It doesn't work like that, sir. There are multiple angles, multiple dimensions.
Who is passing sermons?
You are doing that, sir. You are saying the Prime Minister chicken out. You without any database. You tell me specifically.
I apologize. I apologize, sir. You are a great mind. You are God's gift to mankind.
What skin in the game do you have, sir? You have none.
Relax.
Please don't do that. Relax. I mean, if you are making a commentary, make an informed one. Don't make a biased opinion.
I apologize, sir. अरे सर आप महान हो.
अरे सर आप
बुद्धि के पर्याय हो.
हूं या नहीं हूं, आपके ज्ञान से थोड़ा सा ज्यादा इन्फॉर्म्ड ज्ञान है.
आप महान हो सर. मैं आपके चरण का है. आप
दीजिए सर चरण.
Hey guys, chill. It's only MAGA versus MEGA. It's not we versus each other. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, every day we fight America, we earn the respect of the real free world. When I'm back, the India and friends on one side and the pro-Trump lobby on the other. This is going to be a hot debate.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा. सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Hi, this is Chef Randeep Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 or
जब मैं 5 साल का था जब मैंने हॉकी स्टार्ट की थी। मेरा नाम युवराज सिंह है और मैं इंडियन हॉकी प्लेयर हूँ। एज ए मैं डिफेंडर एंड ड्रैग फ्लिकर। पसीना बहाना पड़ता है तब जाके आता है गोल्ड। आज मैं जो भी हूँ, जो भी नाम है, जो भी कुछ हूँ, आज हॉकी खेली हूँ। आज भी मैं इंडिया टीम के लिए खेल रहा हूँ, खेलता रहूँगा।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and time now for your favorite section, the nation's sharpest opinion. And it is my view and the view of most informed observers that the tide has started to turn against Trump, and it is the hard position, the uncompromising position of our nation, led by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that is causing the global tide to turn against Donald Trump. Even the American media is now beginning to say, with the kind of position that Narendra Modi has taken, Trump is going to have to back off. And the great part about the communication of the Indian government is that it's measured, it's statesmanlike, but it is also unflinchingly clear. This comment, which I am about to play next, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, makes his position clear. He says, it is my national interest, our farmers, our dairy producers, our agriculture, our national interest on which I am not going to compromise. It's a clear, unequivocal position, a statement of certainty and a statement of intent from the Indian Prime Minister. Hear this first.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
What Narendra Modi is saying essentially, that we have prepared for this, we are ready to pay the price, that we will be able to ride this out, and that he doesn't care about the cost that it has on him personally. That's what leadership is about. But Narendra Modi isn't just saying things. He's also sent National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. We have the pictures of Ajit Doval meeting Vladimir Putin. And at the end of that meeting, Ajit Doval made a very interesting announcement. And he was there, he spoke to all the Russians. At the end of that meeting, he announced that Vladimir Putin is going to be visiting India. A very important statement and very important announcement globally, that Putin is going to be traveling to India, which is a big strategic statement by Russia towards India as well. Hear this.
You very rightly mentioned, Excellency, that we have got a very special relationship, a long relationship, and we highly value our strategic partnership. We have had high-level engagements, and these relationships, these high-level engagements have contributed very substantially. We are very excited and delighted to learn about the visit of His Excellency the President of Russia, President Putin, to India. I think that the dates are almost finalized now.
And that made global headlines, that Putin is going to be traveling in. Here, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to state that it is not just Putin traveling to India which is important. Even the Chinese are seeing an opportunity, and the Chinese see India as leading the way in countering America. In a way, even the Chinese have not been able to. We had a statement from the spokesperson of the Chinese embassy saying, India's sovereignty is non-negotiable, and India's foreign policy choices cannot be manipulated by other countries, no matter how significant their own ties with India are. I find this statement very important because the Chinese are basically standing behind India. Nikki Haley, who's a Republican, and at what point of time was challenging Trump for the presidential candidacy, said that China, an adversary, and the #1 buyer of Russian and Iranian oil, got a 90-day tariff pause. Don't give China a pass and burn a relationship with a strong ally like India. So reasonable politicians in America, even ex-allies of Donald Trump, are saying you are making a mistake with India. When the Brazilian president, Lula da Silva, was asked whether he will meet Donald Trump, he said, I will not call Trump because he does not want to talk. And I don't know if I have this comment with me. He said, I would rather call Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, which talks about India's stature at a global level. Hear this, please.